Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for December 18th, 2022. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick and all knowledge seekers from different parts of this planet and the universe. So we want to welcome all of the citizens that are here today. Well, we had a beautiful flight experience on Friday, and there'll be another one on Monday, and the next one will be coming up, I think, the 20th of January. So we'll hear a little bit about it today. We'll go into the store. We'll share a couple clips out of the last Knowledge Seekers Workshop 463. We'll again recreate or create this dome of peace we were looking for. Now he's created the dome of mankind, did he say? Not exactly sure, but we're doing a lot in the background and starting to be revealed in the foreground. We've been introduced to a new word, this genetic, how did he put it? I just had it and I lost it. We were talking about genetic modifications, but we're not modifying anything. We're putting it back into place. Genetic conditions that are passed down.
Psychogenetic.
There we go. This is the new word that Mr. Keshe is introducing to the black arts or the doctors and so on that practice so many things on this planet, but they have really no knowledge of what they're doing. But I think they'll become enlightened time after time, especially when they see some of their patients this psychogenetic condition, or what we call a genetic problem that has been passed down, will start to be put back into its proper place. And that's what he said back in the clip on the universal body enhancement. We bring you back into the perfect condition in the womb of the mother, but maybe that genetic defect was there again already. I'm not sure, but we know it can be put back into its proper place just with an introduction of a magnetic field, if you know how to play. And we know Mr. Keshe certainly knows how to play, and he'll be teaching many people about this. Again, it's a phenomenal thing. I can't wait to see the doctors, for example, of that lady who came in and had her toes pinned and her ankle locked and so on. When that doctor comes forward, if he is willing to, and say, you know, I've been working with this lady for years, we found no solution. Actually, we probably did the wrong thing. I know Mr. Keshe said he's never heard of toes being pinned together, but that doctor and the x-rays he shares, if he comes forward, will be a beautiful testimony for the other doctors, as well as everyone else suffering from a certain condition. That might have been a rare condition. I don't know exactly what it was, but many conditions, from fibromyalgia to Parkinson's to Alzheimer's to depression to addiction and so many other things. One of the big keys I know he said was about this thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. And those were the gifts that the wise men supposedly had brought to Christ. But in the holy book that I read, it talks about frankincense and myrrh and incense and other things. But Mr. Keshe said we all missed it. And what the gifts were are thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. So at this time of holiday celebration, maybe we'll start to move past this trees and lights and buying each other gifts, but we'll give each other gifts through the soul in the coming time. I don't know if anyone wants to share anything about their flight experience on Friday, but on Tuesday, there'll be some sharing. Mr. Keshe, in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race, he also indicated that this coming Knowledge Seekers Workshop a lot of information will be shared. I guess these graphs or these charts that were taken during the session on the December 16th will be shared worldwide. Again, I don't know anyone who could possibly interpret these charts, but maybe they'll be made in a way that they coincide with man's knowledge, but I think not. As he said, a half a doctor is worse than no doctor at all. So there may be some new understanding in just reading these charts and other things, but this knowledge will be revealed on Thursday. And he asked everyone to please attend. This will be another world first in sharing what has happened to those who've participated. And we don't all have, some of us will realize things later, like myself. I didn't really feel, well, I did feel something happen, but I didn't actually travel to any places. I was more, if we take this Keshe American Knowledge Team out of the picture, this is what I was seeing, just a lot of stars. I was stationary, but I felt I was in the balance of the fields of the soul of the creation in a way, almost this emotion of completeness. It was a beautiful, beautiful experience for me. And things will start happening, I think, as time moves on, and we'll realize later. Some of us may have already realized what has happened or what they've experienced, but for me, maybe that will come later, as it will for so many. And I'd like to start with the World Peace Treaty, if we could. And this is the document that sets everything into motion. This is a document between you and your soul. It's really, you can give it to someone else, but it's up to them to make that decision about becoming peaceful internally as well as externally. And I think that internal peace will bring the external peace once we reach a critical mass. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? It's a very simple document. You can find it on the Keshe Foundation's website. You can print out the PDF. You can display it for yourself or others, as well as giving it away. Irmgard, I see your mic is open.
Yeah.
Are you the
Yeah.
volunteer?
I'm the volunteer.
Great, thank you.
Just open this up a little bigger there. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We, shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, we, all agree and swear with my nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, body, and soul. And that's me. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to follow men and to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator.
Yes, I think we're going to be meeting a lot of created beauties of the Creator, even though they may not appear as beauties to us, they are. And we're going to have to coexist or accommodate with them or learn from them, perhaps. I know we can learn a lot from the plants as the vertical people, as they live much, much longer than man does. We think we're so smart, but yet they don't move out of their position. So as we go out into the universe, I think we'll be interacting with different entities created by the Creator and bring some of that knowledge back here. They may even appear here to entertain us in a way in this new knowledge and what's being shaped for this planet to go out into the universe and to deliver this planet. So there's a lot of unknowns. Mr. Keshe keeps many things close so that to reduce any interference by outside forces, let's say, that would like to not see us be here, for example. But it was promised, it's being delivered, and it's here. So I think 2023, as we go into the plasma coverages for nutrition, for wellness, and many other conditions, transportation, energy packages, all being delivered plasmatically, as I understand it. And I don't even think you'll have a device in your home unless it's your soul that will be the receiver. But again, if you're ordering a package of energy for your family, whether you're there or not, it should work. And that's how it's going to be priced. But again, phenomenal things. We've seen Tesla deliver it, but that was more in some sort of matter state condition where you didn't need to be connected to the grid. And of course, that was immediately shut down by his backers, because if there was no meter to read, then we couldn't bill anyone. And how could we allow people to have energy that they didn't pay for? But as we know, the universe has unlimited amounts of energy. We're not stealing it from someone, and you can heat or keep your lights on as much as you'd like. So we're going to see some fantastic things start to happen, probably in the first 6 months, but certainly by the end of this year. I think there'll be mass conferences, let's say, of people just listening through their headphones connected with their cell phone. So many beauties. Hospitals will probably go the way of the dinosaur as well eventually, and so many of the other things we think we need in our lives. I'd like to read what Mr. Keshe wrote to all the knowledge seekers. I think he posted in the Italian work group, language community group. But he wrote this yesterday at about 4:35 a.m. This is when the post came in. I would like to, and he's referring again to this first flight on December 16th. I would like to thank all knowledge seekers who participated in the experiment of the Keshe Foundation Christmas event of the 16th of December 2022. Even though we had some 10 individuals in the majority of the time making noise and disturbing by their physical sound that made it uncomfortable for others' physicality, the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers' souls during this 2-hour session managed to reach and be in touch with souls of each other, and then interact with the souls of the prophets of the past, and simultaneously, and as one soul from planet Earth, to reach and be in touch and in balance with the soul of its creator. Keshe Foundation on Thursday, December 12th, 2022, in its weekly Knowledge Seekers program, will submit to the world scientific data and analysis of this interactions. Join us and find out and see how you as a whole have become to reach to such a level of knowledge of universe that no other civilization in the universe has ever achieved. I made one promise at the outset of teaching of the Keshe Foundation teachings, and that I will take man to feel and be with its creator without prophets and religions, through solid scientific data and systems, and you achieve this on the 16th of December, 2022, as one soul at about 1 p.m. This day was promised by all religions of the past, for the man to be correct in its actions once I take man to space, that he does accept no magician as a prophet, except the trust in his own soul, to talk good and act good and to think good. Now over 160 of you knowledge seekers on the 16th of December 2022 became those who became part of the universal community and in touch with your creator. I congratulate you all and wish you to carry the message you received from your creator through your soul, to start and establish and share the world peace and universal peace and his knowledge to other citizens of the universe, and not only this planet. We will submit physical data and information in coming Thursday of how you achieve this, and for the world to know a new cycle of peace and prosperity for mankind as of yesterday has begun. The promised day by all religions of the past. I thank you all for allowing us to show and prove that it does not matter how much noise the physical man makes, but when it comes to the soul of men as one, they are all in harmony and peace with their creator soul. I made man in the image of myself. Join us on Thursday and invite all men of God, be it your priests, mullahs, rabbis, men of science, and world leaders, to meet with us and see the proof of this interaction and contact scientifically, as you did on the 16th of December, 2022, on the promise day with your creator. We will organize second such an event on the 20th of January, 2023, for the second encounter of the souls of the man and universe with your creator. We welcome you all to join us, and we explain how the session was held and how you reached the dream of your forefathers and prophets of the past in one session as representatives of its creations. So I think Mr. Keshe was quite pleased with the data, with the interactions, although there was some noises in the background which seemed to disturb. And there came one point where we heard a baby cry, and I thought to myself, gee, they're having a baby cry here. And then I reconsidered what I was thinking, and I said, well, maybe they're living in just one room, or they only have a very small place and there's not enough room to put the baby in another room. So I said, fine. But on Friday in the private teachings, he said that was the child of Mitra. So the creator was there, Mitra was there, and the child of Mitra was there as well. And I was thinking, when we heard that cry, that was some sort of plasmatic communication to all the souls that were participating in that meeting and probably beyond. That even though it sounded like a baby's crying, there was something else that touched our souls in that exchange, or what we heard, even though it just sounded like a child crying. And again, I think we're in for a lot of surprises about how things really work in the universe. Would anyone like to share anything about their experience, if you'd like to, or you can save it for, again, another time? I think some people from Brazil actually shared on Friday some of what happened to them or what they experienced. For me, it was just, I was awake, but when he said to connect with the soul of the prophets, and your prophet, whether it be Muhammad or Buddha or whoever, Christ, I connected to Christ. And then I sort of went off into this semi-dream state, we'll say, and tried to connect, but I was in a black space with a lot of little tiny lights, almost like the picture we showed before the program started. And I was just there in this balanced field. It felt like the balanced fields was the soul of the existence, or some sort of balance, this emotion of completeness. And that was a beautiful feeling that lasted quite a while afterwards. Anyone else like to share anything? Maybe what's happened to me, I'll realize more in the coming time. As he said, some people will have an experience that they could share immediately. Some will understand what happened to them at a later time. No problem either way. I think there was some soul work done. As he said, we were working on the emotions in the soul, I believe. But it's beautiful that we are connected, but we've connected in a stronger way, I think. And that process will continue and extend to everyone on this planet, including the horizontals and the verticals. Or Diane, I see your mics are open. Would you like to share something?
Go ahead,
May have not, I think she just closed it. Go ahead, Diane, thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if my soul was there or not, but I've been feeling stuff, good stuff, and understanding stuff that I can't really speak about yet. But I was just, because I'm trying to do stuff as always, but this writing I wrote from this is on my notes. It's from the 26th One Nation, One Planet, One Race. I read the one half before, but I'm not going to read that much. Just one line. It says it was
Sure.
Mr. Keshe talking, I believe, at the 2 minute or 2 hour 4 minute 37 mark. But the purpose of the birth is creation of a detached entity from the physicality. And then I go and I go dot dot dot, and then I don't know what else. So that's what I think. This has all been like it's our evolution, and finally in our universe, we've reached that point where we can go to the next level, and the baby has been born, or like the soul baby. Well, it could be the physical soul baby. That's the only thing I understand. There's probably a lot more I don't understand, but
Oh, me too as well. But I think whatever's happening there is touching different people at different points and different understandings, as we're all. But this was the work of the soul, I think, and touching your soul and perhaps adjusting things. And that could take some time. I think in the clip hearing that even if you travel to a distant place, you could still have the cancer, he was saying, but it would not affect you. It's sort of been accommodated by the body at a certain point. This is what I thought I heard him say. So, and he brought that up in the past as well. If you had a tumor, you could still have the tumor, but it's not dangerous to you anymore. Apparently the cancer could still be there, the tumor is still there, but the body has made some accommodations and is nurturing it or something along that line. So again, many understandings were still to fully grasp. And that's why when that baby cried and I said to myself, gee, why didn't they think the baby would start to cry? And then I said, well, maybe they're just in this one room place. And then Mr. Keshe comes in on Friday and tells us that was the child of Mitra. So let's not be too fast to make judgments on things until we really, maybe not at all, until we really see the whole picture. I was totally fooled by that or didn't understand what was going on, but I said, that's fine. Maybe they're just in a very small place and there's no place for the baby to go. So I said, I accept that. And if we go to the Keshe Foundation store, this is what's coming up tomorrow, which we've all seen, I believe. Let's just see if we can, for some reason, let me go back to that. Where did it go? Okay, I was going to, somehow, did I lose it? Maybe. This is the one that's going to come up on January 20th. So this is connecting with the soul of the creator, which is you. You are the creator, you are the Mekti, and so on and so forth. The one tomorrow, for some reason I don't see it. I thought we had it up here. I don't think they took it off I just was showing it, I thought. But again. Huh. Let me go under the releases. Let's try it one more time. Okay, so this is the event. Again, €250 with a $50 value added tax. So book early if you can. It makes it a lot easier for the foundation to have everybody register earlier than later, where it becomes quite hectic. As Mr. Keshe said, the team has never worked so hard to get everything right for this Friday's session. So, and I know in the Brazilian team, I think Raphael said that the Registration was closed on Saturday, but in the workshop, Mr. Keshe said of the 463, he said it would be closed on Saturday or Sunday. So you may still have some time to register, but I can't seem to find the background with it at this point. But again, it's for addiction, I think, is the first one. There's a nutrition, there's a travel. Again, sorry that I'm not pulling it up quickly enough. Each session, I think, is 60 or 90 minutes long. But again, it's probably going to be a very similar format where you tune in and put your phone on the airplane mode, and you can connect through the internet, I believe, to the room, and that way you won't be disturbed, and shut off any of your apps. But at this point, you need to use a telephone. I think in the future, you'll just be hearing it. Okay, and of course, this is what's coming up this year, which is a package. And I think it said limited availability, did it not? Yes, it did say limited availability. And this is a comprehensive universal plasma coverage, is to be introduced in steps from January 23, backed by the space plasma technology of the Keshe Foundation. They're talking €1,000 here, but you can see the comprehensive universal plasma coverage to be introduced in steps from January 23, backed by the space plasma technology Keshe Foundation worldwide. The first one is the comprehensive wellness program, prevention, enhancement, recovery. The second one, nutrition program, partial or full. Maybe you'd like to continue eating in the matter state. I'm not sure how that works. Otherwise, you'd go for the full comprehensive nutrition program. I guess you get more plasmatic calories that way. Or partial, where you still want to enjoy food. As he said, we're here to enjoy things. And if you want to have a steak or something like that in the matter state, you're certainly entitled to do that. But we're learning a newer way, because when you go out into space, I don't think you'll find a steak or a quiche or any other sort of things you like here, but you will find the energy of them, the emotion of them, and perhaps the taste of them. I know Herbert was saying when he made many of the foods, Ganses, there were no tastes in there, but I think maybe that comes under the emotion of it. And then, of course, comprehensive transmutation facilities, local, international, or into space. And then a comprehensive communication facility. And this, of course, would be the leisure time, or this would be the zero time communication ability that we all have. We just need to tap into it. So then would we need the telephone and so on? Continuing on, part 6 is a comprehensive leisure and sports facilities. I don't know what all that entails, but as we become less tied up with the matter state activities, we're all going to have more leisure time. And so, not to get bored, I think there'll be some leisure time activities or sports facilities. I'm not sure what all that means. And then, of course, there's a comprehensive plasma effort compensation. I don't know exactly what that's all about, but it sounds like you could be compensated in Keshe coins for some of your efforts around the foundation, and then use those coins to purchase things from the store, or perhaps one of the other packages. I'm not exactly sure. And of course, everything is subject to change. As we know, Mr. Keshe is navigating some choppy waters at times and may have to change things or enhance certain things. I don't know all that's going on in the background, and it's probably good that we don't. One of the things I asked Mr. Keshe on Friday was about whether certain governments would have the ability to replicate this technology, and he said no, not at this point in time. So all of this technology is going to be kept very close to the foundation, and no government at this point in time will have the full understanding of the knowledge of mimicking cosmic rays or producing a plasma, a nano micro reactor. All of those things will be, as I said earlier, we're given the keys to the Rolls Royce, but we're not actually being taught how to build the Rolls Royce for ourselves. But you'll have full access to it as you've been given the key. And I think a lot of these processings is helping us to understand more our grace and our beauty that we all carry. But slowly, we're being brought into understanding more and more about ourselves, the creator, the process of creation, the universal community, and so on. And slowly, we're coming into understanding this knowledge. And of course, it's to be shared, not only here, but across the universe. And I think that's part of the bigger plan, that the earth will become the center of the dispersion of this knowledge across the universe. As he said, I made the man in the image of myself. So he's replicated himself in a way, but yet we've forgotten about all that. So please take advantage of these. There's limited availability. I don't know what that means or how limited it will be, but eventually this will be what we can count on for wellness, nutrition, energy, transmutation, communications, sports. So it looks like the whole package is there. And as someone said earlier, now we can see how the Keshe Foundation can become one of the leading corporations. As Mr. Keshe said, it'll be in the top 10 corporations on this planet. And this is just the way man does it. He said a lot of these systems we don't use in space, but because we're here and this is what man understands, we're going to start using it here. Anyone want to add anything, share anything at this point? Please feel free to do so. Otherwise, we'll go to our first clip, which is about 20 minutes. And then we'll go to a small clip that Jalal had asked a question about expectations and so on and so forth, because we seem to have a lot of expectations. Mr. Keshe was saying, bring your wishes, but then at the same time saying, don't have any expectations. Allow the soul to work. So we're just learning. Again, we're very new to all of this, even though it's all there. As he said, when you're born, you've gotten the full knowledge of this technology. You don't need a graduate certificate or anything. Everyone who's born has the full knowledge, as I understand it. It's just a matter of tapping in. And even the universal community, after millions or billions of years, is still flying around. Many of them, not all of them, are flying around in craft because they've never made it back to the mother or back to the creator, their creator, which is their own soul. But we're being gifted this knowledge, and this is the way it's going to work. You're not going to learn by schools or telegrams or blackboards or anything. As you go to China in those 18 milliseconds, the soul will fully understand the language with all its implications, innuendos, and the writing of it, the speaking of it, the interaction in the society, what foods to take or energies to take, and so on. And this will apply to anywhere you go, I believe, in the universe. So it's not like, oh, gee, I want to go to Planet Zeus. I better take a 3-year refresher course because I don't know exactly what goes on Planet Zeus. But the soul does, and the soul will acquire that knowledge in a matter of milliseconds, I think, as it's in the process of moving in that direction. So quite phenomenal. We've always thought we had to go to school. We had to learn from someone who was more advanced than us, and you had to get a degree and so on. None of that's applying in the Keshe Foundation. It's just a matter of tapping into the source or the center or your soul. It contains pretty much the full knowledge, I believe, of the universe. So we'll go to the first clip, if we can. Anyone would like to add anything? Of course, everyone has a microphone, so feel free to open it up at any point in time you'd like. Okay.
As I explained, mankind has been used to and accepted the term of psychosomatic, which means whatever happens psychologically to you will manifest itself in physicality of the body. But mankind has now learned one thing, that every psychosomatic has to go through emotion. Looks at the beginning and looks at the end and does not understand how it came to be. The new knowledge, which now scientifically through what we call research, which is going on, will be laid out in a very simple way. Mankind speaks about DNA. DNA is a hard disk, is not the information. Made of blocks, as mankind has called it, sequence of proteins making the structure of the physicality. It's like stacking computers on top of each other. These stacking, these memory cards and memory bank put in a box called the human body cannot do anything unless they can communicate with each other. They need a software. They need a communication line. They need to be in the environment that all receive the same energy and the same information, that all can balance each other and create a structure. And then when it comes with that emotion, how do they receive the information? We call it the RNA, what we call the communication line, the bank of the memories, what's going to go into this hardware. And then the emotion creates the current, the information, the magnetic fields for the what I call the information to be released to the physicality of the DNA. We understood psychosomatic. Now mankind has to understand the new word, psychogenetic, where psychologically we create genetic modification. And we said the gentleman or the child has genetic deformation. How did it come in? How did it start? Where did that information come from? Where did the movement of one of the computer disks from one stacker move to the other? Or it behaves like the other, which brings that genetic defect. Now, with the new knowledge of what we call psychogenetic, we understand all the genetic defects, all the genetic information, which we call it defect, all modification, comes through the essence of the emotion of the man. What happened to your forefathers? Or what happened to you in one point of your life that you create an information, that information through the essence of the emotion dimensions of the magnetic field of the plasma of the soul of the man and the physicality dimension of the brain becomes moving one from one bank into the other, behaving like the other, and then it doesn't fit in, and we call it genetic defect. Now that the mankind has been given this knowledge, what we call psychogenetic, and psycho, whatever you call it, shows the dimension of magnetic field, plasma of the magnetic field of the emotion, creating the motion, the movement, the energy for one of these memory banks and stuck it in the box of the memory of the structure of the man to behave like another one 10 step up. And it doesn't fit. So it has to move the structure that it can't fit. Telephones have to move. We call it whatever cell has moved or whatever protein has moved in the genome of the man. And then we call it defect. Now, if we can create that emotion if we can create that plasmatic field of strength that moved the mobile phone or the memory bank to behave, or move to another position to behave like the others, which creates a defect, and we put it back in its original place, or give it the energy that it works as it was supposed to, then there will be no genetic defects. We don't modify, we correct. With what we call psychogenetic, man will become a perfect man. And in space, wherever you land, delivers a perfect gene, a perfect combination for the structure of the building. If you have a cancer here and you land on the planet Zeus, you still have the cancer, but not to kill, because the genes have decided it's one of us. We'll look after it. It's a new part.
So let me play that little 1 minute again. He said, you land on planet Zeus, you still have the cancer, but it's not an enemy to you anymore. It's been accommodated.
Genetic defects. We don't modify, we correct. With what we call psychogenetic, man will become a perfect man. And in space, wherever you land, delivers a perfect gene, a perfect combination for the structure of the building. If you have a cancer here and you land on the planet Zeus, you still have the cancer, but not to kill, because the genes have decided it's one of us. We'll look after it. It's a new part. But it won't kill you. It won't create a defect. It arranges for it to be accommodated. The way the plasma stuff. The world and the science of what we call psychogenetic through RNA will become a new science for man to work. We don't do genetic modification by changing something that your child will have a blue eyes blue because you love to have a blue-eyed child. You transfer the emotion of the pleasure it gives you through the emotion of the body of the man and the soul of the man to the RNA, and the modification will be perfect. I want to be pleased. This is how man will create the next generation, the next cycle of his children, through the emotion of the soul, and not through the what we call action sense. This is the way in the universe most of the creations are done. Man has been physical in every dimension, even in the generation of his own offspring. The new knowledge and the new paper which will be released will explain a lot of this for the next and new generation of the science and technology, which the man needs to understand to become a member of the universal community. The soul of Christ was created out of the energy of the love of the Creator, and not but sexual interaction. Carries the soul of the Creator. This is what mankind has to understand. And this is what the new knowledge and technology will brings, and will bring more in the coming months and weeks and days to many of the knowledge. We don't change genes. We are not in the world of man's fake knowledge of medicine. We work through the process of understanding the emotion and the emotions that the interaction of the fields of the plasma of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man work. The two things which was hidden from man and was abused by those who thought they understood, but the words could be abused. The soul and the spirit. The sun and the emotion of the fields of the physicality. We call it the atmosphere of the planet. We call it the atmosphere of the body of the man, the spirit. The interaction of the fields decides what Earth receives. The interaction of the fields of the body of the man with the soul, with the sun, decides what that body is going to be made of. The provider and the interaction of the provider's fields with the dimension, position, time, and place. Man becomes aware of the knowledge of creation, and then man understands time does not exist. Till the point where you establish the essence of the manifestation of the detection, and that's become the zero time. It has made me laugh many, many times when I hear the scientists say this planet is 4 billion years old, or 5 billion years old, and the solar system, and God knows the universe, blah, blah. Time does not exist in the dimension of the creation. It is created that establishes its time. You call it the birthday, birth of Christ. You celebrate it on the 1st of January, or whatever you call it in December the 24th or the 5th, and the rest of it, but originally was built to be on the change on the time of what we call 21st of December. The shortest dark days of the man is to start when at the point of what we call 21st of December is the longest, darkest time for man that he existed. The essence was to bring to understand the dark days for man in knowledge and understanding of the creation is over. Man progresses to the new knowledge. If you understand it, after 21st, the days will start getting longer. The dark time becomes shorter. And that was the essence of the birth of the Christ. That was the essence of the birth of Mitra on 21st. But man got it all the way wrong because he had to give it the dimension of the tree and the light, and again got involved in physicality. The dark days of the knowledge of the man is over. In understanding the process of the creation of the Creator. And that knowledge only comes through the soul of the man. As I said many, many times, man has got to learn to feed his soul, that the soul feeds the physicality, that the man shall not kill. Now, the man has to understand the knowledge of the creation and the Creator will come through the soul of the man. That it feeds to the dimension of physicality of the man to understand the process of the creation. Up to now, the same as your food you took from outside in. I mean, keep on telling you 80% comes from inside out. Now will be the same with the knowledge. From now on, man will receive the knowledge of the creation at a point of need and understanding through his soul. If you are on Mars, you understand the knowledge and what you need and what is necessary for you to live a comfortable life and existence, and that will come through your soul. You go from United States to China, you'll speak Chinese. You understand the essence of the Chinese word and not just the dictionary. You feel the emotion of the language and the culture. Because this time you didn't take your flight to take the physicality 18 hours on a plane from one place to another. You took the instantaneous transportation of your soul. And that soul educated itself to the dimension, place, and position. Once we release this paper, the new knowledge, the new understanding, the new level of the creation and the creator's understanding from man will become easier. If you understand the essence of the paper to be released as psychogenetic, then you understand what created that psychoside inside this body of the man was the soul. And the soul of the man is connected to the soul of the creator. Then you understand the genetic of the creation of the creator in the embodiment of the man. I made man in the image of myself. In a way, through the plasmatic fields of me, man has created itself in the dimension of the soul. Then it's you who decides. I was born brown and black and yellow or blue eyes or brown, and I want to look like the beautiful creature in Mars on this earth. How would I do it? What would be the pleasure of me to change conditions that I see what I like in the other places? And I carry the full culture. I don't need to go to school in Mars or in planet Zeus to understand what it is, but I get the knowledge of the universe to the platform of the knowledge of the creation. As with a new technology, we abolish the prisons and the hospitals. With the release of the new understanding, and when man understands fully, there shall be no schools and universities, as the man is a graduate from the knowledge of the creation at the point of inception. Those of you who carry the platforms and placard of the doctors and PhDs and engineers and professors and electricians, you better keep it and make it solid, because there will be now many of them will be produced in coming time. Graduate from the knowledge of the universe and the creator has no paper for it to be written, except ingrained in the soul of the man. Those of you who put fear in you by understanding your soul, we have seen these devils across the universe. By holding you back, they can abuse you. Freedom of the knowledge and understanding gives you the freedom of the universe. We don't want your soul. We just teach you how to understand yourself. Whoever tells you that we are in the process of getting your soul, or whatever, it belongs to the abusers of the children, the churches and the mosques and the rest. Till they don't let you feel guilty, they can't abuse you, because they've been abused themselves. Those who tell you don't give your soul and do, these are the ones who have kept man away from understanding the knowledge of itself and its creation, because they've been abused and now they become abusers. It's for mankind to take the next step, is to understand the true process of the creation. As I said, with the paper to be released, it will be as beautiful as the book number 1, 2, and 3. Brief, but in understanding the process of the creation in the matter state, now you will understand easily the process of the creation in the plasma state. A new science, a new knowledge, a new step for mankind. And this time, instead of teaching you, and then you understand, this time in tomorrow's session, we take you for you to decide what you want to understand. Many of you will end up with some of the most beautiful experiences of your life, and many generations before and after. Because you decide to be that point of change. Some of you, most of you will not see the change or understand it, But in time, as we say, my grandfather was there when the first lights were on in Chicago Fair, that the man could see the light bulb. Your children and your great-grandchildren to come will say, my father was in the process when the first light of the soul of the man was switched on the 6th of December, 2022.
Well, we could play the entire workshop. It doesn't seem to do it justice to just clip out a few parts and play them. But again, phenomenal things are happening. I couldn't understand how someone generations ago could create an emotion that was passed down. I'm sure other people around him maybe had a similar emotion, but yet this defect is not carried forward. For what reason, I don't know why. I'm sure people have the same emotion or the same experiences or something, but why do some create that genetic defect or that psychogenetic problem, but others don't? What is that force that allows it to carry forward? Did he curse his future generations or something? That they would have to deal with the same thing he had to deal with? I'm not sure. But it's very, very interesting. And again, the knowledge that you need, you'll receive as you arrive there. So there's no problem worrying you don't have the knowledge. I need to study more. How am I going to find out the language? That could take years for me to understand. It all happens instantaneously. So this is a very beautiful part of this. Wherever the soul goes in the universe, it seems to know the customs, the energies to take, the shape to manifest it. But you'll still have your same soul. I guess this is part of experiencing the beauty of the creation, and to probably respect all the created things you, come in contact with. But we have a lot to learn. This paper, he said, would be short, but again, full of knowledge that it'll probably take us a bit of time to understand it. But it's just so fantastic. Who could ever think we could put back into place a misbalance in the RNA, so therefore what's produced in the DNA is correct? But this is what's happening now for all the conditions, and I think it'll probably be for injections as well, as we heard one of the reps testifying before the European Commission that say it was an RNA manipulator or a messenger RNA injection. It had nothing to do with vaccination. So somebody's playing with, again, this RNA, which could cause a defect in the DNA and produce, because the RNA is sort of the non-dimensional, non-tangible information, which then gets conveyed to the DNA, which produces whatever has been ordered by the RNA. But now we know we can actually put it back into its place by just introducing a magnetic field, and things move. Interesting, though, the Holy Book said that Christ had an immaculate conception. Mr. Keshe just confirmed that the soul of Christ was created out of the love of the Creator and not out of sexual interaction. So that's one confirmation right there. But he seemed to love the physicality quite a bit. Anyone would like to add anything or something that touched them about this clip? Something that stood out, maybe we can discuss? Okay, if no one has any discussion about this, we'll go to our next clip, and this is where Jalal asked Mr. Keshe a question about expectations and so on and again, Mr. Keshe's answer is always so beautiful. I think it's, let's see here. Just trying to find the exact spot. Let's start here. I think Jalal comes in a few seconds.
Yes, Rick, thank you. Hi, Mr. Cash. Good day.
Natural update.
Mr. Cash, you said do not come with expectation. And in the second hand, you say come with a lot of wishes. How this will be, how this will be managed? You know, all our life is working with the expectation.
We have people who send us email, if I have cancer, I come, would I get healed? If I'm drug addict, would I be healed? This is not a healing process. This is not somewhere that brings you to that point. Even your addiction or your sake of illness, your soul had to bring you in for it to be part of the elevation. That's the reason, not for you to be processed or cured or whatever you expect. Some people come to join the universal community, and some people come to wish peace. When you come tomorrow, it's very much like you go to a party. It's the celebration of Christmas. It's a menu set, cannot be changed. There is a starter, there is a main course, and there is a dessert. And a drink is what Christ gave. This is my blood. This is my blood. You will understand. We are not there tomorrow to heal anyone or process anyone. Tomorrow's session is for the elevation of the soul of the man and what I call the promised goal of entering to universal community. It's the day of promise, and it's the fulfillment of centuries and many books. You don't understand. It cannot be done by one man. It has to be the collective essence of the soul of the creation on this planet with them all. Amongst you tomorrow, I have noticed, going through the list, there are a number of those who are guests on this planet. They have joined in the name of their physicality, but we know them as they are the passengers of the universe. Those are the ones who bring you that connection with the universal community as they are part of it. None of you will know who they are, but we know them as we know them for a long time. They're members. They're in the shape of the human race, but in truth, inside, they're from different part of the universe. It's like when you have a celebration, you invite presidents and ambassadors of different countries. They are the ambassadors of the universe in this celebration of man today. You will understand. It's not expectation, it's a celebration. And that's what it says, celebration of Christmas. But not the birth of Christ, but it's the entering of the man to understand his soul and the entrance of joining the universal community. Don't expect to see lights and parties. That's for the universal community, which is already having it outside. If you've been waiting for the day of Qiyamah, the day of judgment, the day of promised day, that day is upon you tomorrow. The universe has been waiting for this day for billions of years, not time. You are part of it, not us. It's you who do it. We're just messengers. We're just a cameraman that sound recorder and the guy who brings the computer for you to hear the music. The voice, the motion is the soul of the participants, which are from all over the universe. And for sure, the creator will be present. Mitra will be among us tomorrow. And the child of Mitra will be amongst us tomorrow. That is for you to be enlightened with us. We came with the light. Any other?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, did this clip trigger anything from you? I know we were having a discussion recently where the soul is from. Was it created here? Did it come from somewhere else? But now we hear clearly that different souls are from different parts of the universe. They were not created here, but they've, again, manifested in this field, on this planet, in this inertia. We're just sort of passing through, and whatever field you're passing through, I guess if it's a planet or not, with the inertia and the gravity, you'll just naturally manifest there. It doesn't take any wondering, understanding how to do it. Mr. Keshe said we came with the light, and maybe we'll learn this in the future. But the soul has brought us here, and this is what he keeps saying. We constantly, or I think, you know, my physicality is really running the show, but that's a total wrong thinking. We're just a tool of the soul. The physicality is just a tool of the soul. But now we're getting the lion and the lamb to lay down and work together in the same nest. And this is what we'll be seeing. All of us will become enlightened. And it's not by studying. It's not by reading. It's not by listening to the workshops, although you will get a lot out of it, but the full knowledge will come at this point of movement across the universe or across this planet, where you'll understand completely. You'll look like you perfectly fit in. You understand the culture, the menus, the foods. If you're going to take foods in the matter state, maybe you won't. Maybe you will partially, especially if you're eating with others. You may have to, I don't know where they put it, but sometimes, you know, maybe they have a hollow leg or something and it goes in there. I don't know. But many things we're going to be discovering in the coming time. Anyone want to add anything? The universal community has been waiting for Friday, he said, for billions of years. And again, it's a slow process, but it may speed up a little bit initially. I don't have all the answers, and we'll be getting more as time goes on. But again, it's what this knowledge means to you, not anyone else. So you're discovering your own creator, which is the soul or the center. I think the universal community, we call it a soul, but they call it a center of energy. And apparently all the created beings, even the ones that are not in the matter state, are still in the energy state, have this soul.
Hello, Mark.
Yes, Jacko.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you.
The experience I had was different than the other times I was in the system. What I had a very strong emotion was before it started. It was wonderful to see the list that it was open, like it is now. You can see who is there.
Mhm.
And I had normally I have a point where there's a real strong emotion. And it was this time when I was looking at the list. Not specific to anyone, but to the total, to all. And for me, this was an initial again. Last night, I felt something like being in a group and organizing the food for everyone. It is hard to explain the details, but it felt like now we have the possibility to start creating. And I think this is yeah, it felt wonderful to be able to make solutions, because if everyone is fed and everyone is in balance, why should there be wars? What do you need if you have everything? So it felt like the starting point of getting to this point of peace on earth. And we will see more, that is clear. It is wonderful to have this collective feeling together, and what is to come, what we can do, what we can reach, kind of goals, is open. So it was a wonderful experience again, and also with the products that are to come, everything fits together. Everything somehow makes sense, and yeah, how can you describe what is to come for us?
You think he has this planned out, Jacko?
Definitely. I always say he doesn't look one step ahead. He looks 2, 3, 4 steps ahead. That's the beauty, you know.
And then has alternative plans to get to that step just in case it's blocked. Or he finds something in the pathway. We just go around it or over it or under it or through it.
Yes, but that's what makes it so incredibly trustable.
Yes. And as he said, they think they're going to upset the apple cart, but he said the creator never loses.
It is. You remember I had the dream some months ago. In this dream, I was led between the good and the bad. And it felt strong, and it felt like dangerous. I never have fear, because what can happen? If you know that you're a part of the creator, part of the creation, why should you be in fear? Somehow, if you realize that can happen, what will be, it's good, it's okay. And in this dream, when I was standing there between good and bad, and I felt the fear of being bad or experiencing bad, then a voice came. The love of the creator is always stronger. And somehow that really gave a very good feeling.
Yes, apparently we're going to meet some of these magicians or those who will impress us so much that we may turn our soul over, but we have to go out there fully understanding what we're getting involved in. And in the last clip we played, he said we've seen some of these devils across the universe who would restrict you from learning or finding out about your own soul so that they can continue to abuse you, because they have been abused. And so they pass it on. And by making you feel guilty, this gives them the opportunity to abuse you. But apparently we're going to meet some characters, perhaps in space as well. I know magicians or something that maybe want to co-opt you into their structure. I was envisioning your dream, Jacko, when they had two sides, and then were they both waving you to come our way, or you were just in the middle? Were they trying to pull you one way or the other? Were you trying to?
It was small me in between enormous, strong and big emotions, both sides. But I felt very small and not able to do anything. But in this moment, yeah, you understand that the love of the Creator is always stronger. So don't be afraid, go the steps, we do it together, and together, hand in hand, we're strong.
And again, the universal community's been there for billions of years or whatever, trying to understand more about this knowledge, and they have understood a lot about this knowledge.
Exactly.
Yeah. But
few days
they
ago-
haven't, Mr. Keshe said he's bringing us into space as equals with the universal community. So imagine them studying for billions of years, all the things they can do, and we're going out as equals.
Yeah, if all souls are equal, then it cannot be different.
Mhm.
And someone was asking me a few days ago, what can we do? What can we do to support? And I told her, just stay open. Just stay open for what new is to come. Because if we close ourselves, we are the ones who blocked all the time. So we also have to be the ones who open up and allow these changes to come. And then the party really starts.
Yeah, you would think the soul would force it if the physicality is the tool of the soul. And we know that the physicality follows the totality, but yet there's still this uneasy working relationship, and maybe that's going to be put to bed in a way, that the two souls start this beautiful encounter of working together, sharing together, protecting each other together, more than a standoffish sort of, you know, I have my time and you have your time, and we're not going to cross paths. There's a lot to understand, but this understanding is going to come through the fields, through the place and position that you decide to take up. So there's no worry about not knowing what to do or not fully understanding your position, I guess, at that point.
If you read what Mr. Keshe was telling about the commandments, especially those who did not get to public, he clearly says that the soul doesn't lie. And I felt this in the system the first time I went to the flight room. It was very, very strong there. And I thought to myself, what do people do who do lie to themselves? How can they handle this situation? Because if you can't and you still try, this is fighting against enemies that you never can defeat. So the physicality can lie, can trap himself, but the soul can't. And I think this is the key. If you have to become one, this item should be solved, because it cannot be there both, lying and the truth.
Yeah, I don't see how one soul could lie to another, because they're
No,
both
it's not.
fully aware of what's going on, other than the soul of physicality does not always get taken with the soul of the man on certain trips.
Yes.
So I think the soul is observing fully, but the soul of physicality may not always be taken along on the interactions that the soul has in its time when it gets to go out across the universe.
But if you see yin and yang and you think about becoming one, then this has to be in balance. Else it is not possible to bring it in balance. So we will hear more about the commandments, because I think it's very, very important to understand what is written there, what Mr. Keshe explained, because there's much, much more than we see on the first sight.
Yes, I was thinking about addictions, and Mr. Keshe said that the thinking, your thoughts are also just as bad as doing something in the physicality. So we need to get our thoughts, remember the thinking good, speaking good.
Yes.
There's more to it than just addictions in the physicality. Some people are addicted to social media, to drugs, to gambling, sex, computer games. Kids stay in their room for days at a time, I understand, I've never seen that, but I've heard that, even bringing in buckets so they don't have to leave their computer game. Maybe this was years ago to go to the bathroom. So there are many different addictions, but the thought process also needs to be corrected. This thinking good should be all the time, and many times I don't think good. I try to correct myself, but sometimes we get led down the wrong way of thinking until we realize this is not a good path to follow. So Mr. Keshe said these both are going to get balanced or elevated or enlightened.
We're only humans.
Beginners, babies.
In the nursery school, correct.
Yeah, from what I understand, like your attention like is where, oh, there's a couple of sayings, I can't think of them now, but our thoughts and emotions create. Our thought is like the arrow and our emotions is like the bow, the energy. So whatever we're thinking is the arrow, and whatever we're feeling is the bow, so is the strength, I guess. Anyways,
Yeah.
I just want to share that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, this knowledge touches all of us in so many different ways. We're all on different trajectories to the same place and different levels of understanding, but we're all headed, as he said, we're all kicking. You brought your own ball to the meeting and you're not sharing it with, I think he spoke to that about Dean, but we're all trying to kick the ball in the same direction. And then there was another part I was thinking of playing, I don't know where it is now, but about how Mr. Keshe said the plasma was starting to take over in Linz, where there was a mist or a cloud around one of his systems there, and it seems to be growing and expanding. He was sharing something and he had to bend over to pick something up, and all of a sudden he couldn't see through. Or he did see through, but then he got up a little bit more and he said that it was a mist or a plasma, almost like when you put the boxes together and you start the interaction of the fields, and at some point it starts to get a little cloudy or misty in the water. And this is the interaction of fields. So the plasma, he's indicating, is taking over in the exhibition center. I don't know exactly what that all means, but so there's many beautiful parts in here to review, to understand. Most of these will take us hundreds of years, perhaps, unless we do start to become enlightened, then these teachings will become more palatable for us. We can understand them and accept them and share them with the others. That's what it's all about, to give a helping hand to those who are stuck and have not even a clue of this world of the plasma and our understanding of the process of creation and the creator. And it's so beautiful, as Mr. Keshe said in the workshop previous, about creating little Da Vinci's in a way, but that's just the soul of physicality, reaching that level. But now we're reaching the understanding of the creator and the plasma at a deeper level, let's say, that we can share it or pass it on or elevate someone else just with our intentions. I think Gianni likes to use intention, attention, and emotions, Diane. Intention, attention, and emotion to do that focus and to create that plasma. Yes, we have a lot to learn, but yet we're ready. I think many are ready to enjoy this. We're starting to learn about eternal life, and this is the process of transmutation. That, as Mr. Keshe said, if you get rid of me, I'll just recreate the frock, and then we'll get you. So once you're carrying this understanding, you have, he said it in the last workshop, man is starting to reach the understanding of, or being gifted this understanding of eternal life, slowly. And that's all to do with this transmutation, where you can play off the physicality against the energy state and so on, or just stay, as I thought I did, in this fields of the balance of the soul of the existence. or this emotion of completeness. It was like being in total balance for a period of time. And all I saw was stars. I mean, little light dots, but I wasn't traveling. I wasn't moving. I was just sort of in one position and just enjoying this complete balance, let's say. It was different than the other experience I had, or the other two. And we're just beginning. It's almost like this is a taste testing conference in a way. But I think there was some serious work done on the soul level that we're not quite fully aware of. Anyone else would like to share anything about that experience? Otherwise, I think we'll go to the Dome of Peace. And with these packages available for wellness and nutrition and energy and communication and so on, it's going to be a very, very beautiful experience. And I'm sure he hasn't put them up there before he tested them. He's not trying to sell them before it's been fully tested. So we thank everyone that's joined that session on Friday. And there'll be another one on Monday, and the next one will be the 20th of January. So these will continue throughout the year, and probably simultaneously these other sort of coverages will start to come into play for wellness, for nutrition, and for energy. That was one of the first things Mr. Keshe did when he did approach the world governments on his own, and he indicated he could show the people on this planet how to feed themselves and generate their own energy for very little cost. And of course, it was flatly turned down. They did not want people to have this knowledge. And so this is the journey that Mr. Keshe has been on for over 20 years now. And now it's going to be delivered, not through matter state systems, but through plasmatic systems that apparently no one can touch. He said these systems are hidden in the bunker or hidden around this planet. I was thinking it's about the Ganses as well that we're spraying, making these connections, and we hope everyone will continue until we reach that peaceful condition of the soul of this planet and all its inhabitants, and that's part of it. Perhaps we'll go to the Dome of Peace now. Would someone else like to add anything? Nice to see you, Dan. I haven't seen you in a while. I noticed you just joined. Thank you. He did give Salome another beautiful answer for her question, and so on and so forth. But he went back again, and what he revealed to us several months ago about the churches being involved, this was a religious war. This was not, something that the nations are sort of churning up, but I think it was one group trying to steal the assets of another group. And now he explained that, I think, in Salome's answer about how this monkey on a string, or this comedian, has confiscated the assets of a church. He said, never in history has this ever been done before. What has the church got to do with the wars? But now, as he referred back to his earlier pictures of the Pope going into the Russian embassy or something along that line. And he said this was just one group of religious people trying to steal from the other religious groups under the guise of a war. And now that has been, I guess the assets of the church have been taken by the government in the Ukraine. So let's go to the Dome of Peace before Alex comes in shortly. And of course, this is the every Sunday and anytime you'd like to release GAN's waters. We know they've been doing it in China for years and years and years. And it was beautiful to hear Mr. Keshe say that they put the technology in their next 2 5-year plans for the nation of China. So it's going to be starting to be fully incorporated. And apparently one of the people that were blocking the technology has been removed from the scene. As we saw, I know that video was on the internet a number of times where there was a fellow sitting next to Xi Jinping, and they asked him to stand up, and he was an older man, not a young fellow. And they asked him to leave the meeting. So I think that was who Mr. Keshe was referring to that was causing a blockage in China of this knowledge. So it's just amazing what happens behind the scenes that we're not even totally aware of. And I'm sure we have it in all the other countries where there's certain factions or certain individuals that don't want this, as we know for sure. They do not want the foundation to be around. Micah says, had a friend that went through the system on Friday. She says she feels 20 years younger and can't stop laughing and feeling giddy. Very nice. Would you like to share any more, Micah?
Not really too much more than that. It was just really cute. We were
Yes.
chatting last night and she just couldn't stop laughing around. It was really cute. She's in her, I think like 70s or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's really, really cool.
Was she a knowledge seeker, or was that her first time being
Oh yeah, she's
exposed?
been a knowledge seeker for a number of years. She
Okay.
always, yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Very nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we get a little older, we consider our existence more and more, what is going to happen to us or where are we going. When you're young and full of energy and things, you know, that process, although these days not so much, but that process is far off in the distance. And so as we get older, this idea of where we're going, who we are, what's next for me, becomes more part of your life, I think, than when you're younger and just want to explore everything and think there's nothing going to happen. Maybe Elizabeth's put in there, so very happy. Maybe she's going to the next Tuesday, One Planet, One Nation, One Race, and give the testimony. We'll probably hear a number of them coming forward, and ones that we haven't heard before, and people that we may not have are aware of. But so many nations, I think he said over 100 nations were represented there on Friday. So that was quite, and again, this is the first time this has ever been tried. And there was a couple of interruptions or people not really queued up with their mic, but apparently the foundation has identified those people and they will probably not be invited back to create more disturbance. I know Mr. Keshe originally said that if you were making noise, we would block you, or cut your sessions short without notice, but he didn't seem to do that. Yes, everybody is invited to the Hive, the testimony. Welcome. This is Lisbeth from the Universal Council, and that is on the Tuesday at 4 p.m. CET in the public Zoom room number 939-474-503. So we continue to create this dome of peace, and as Mr. Keshe said, it is making connections between systems, or maybe between satellites. I don't know. He said he only needed one system, but yet, in addition, he said that people who bought the system, like those in Canada, you'll do the same thing, but you'll be licensed in a way. The systems will be owned and operated out of Linz, but you'll have some sort of license, I guess, for people to visit the center or to connect to the center, again, the way we did remotely. So there's a lot of beautiful things happening all around the foundation. Micah again says, yes, good idea. I'll tell her she's going again in the system on Monday, again as well. Very much look forward to the testimonies from others as well. Thank you, Micah. Anyone else would want to add anything? He did say it would take all of us. One person couldn't do this. Now, in other locations, Mr. Keshe said it would only take one person to bring peace to this planet. He said, I could do it, but he said, I'm not from here, so I can't do it. but apparently collectively we're going to be creating this peace on this planet, and it would take all of us. It'll take all of us as well to really unwind this knowledge in the matter state, I believe. Maybe not so much in the plasma state. As he said, your soul understands it completely. Matter state is a little bit more difficult to work with, as we know. Many governments received the key years ago, been studying the patents, hundreds of scientists, top level ones, and no one seems to be able to unravel it. Not that they'd tell us if they did, but I think Mr. Keshe would be aware of this technology because it does have an intelligence. And so he would be aware of any place that it's being used. Again, I'm surmising so many things here, just guessing. So let's go to our Dome of Peace, which is every Sunday at noon and 6 p.m. that we will spray the Gans waters to elevate the soul of this planet. And that's what I think we'll be doing in space as well. So many civilizations being created all the time, continuously. So there are many people that need help. And he said we'd try to explain that you didn't have to go through what mankind has gone through for millions of years, that you could short circuit that whole process and join in with the universal community. Some are just learning, discovering fire. Some are just learning to hunt, he said. But these civilizations, maybe if we interact with them early, they wouldn't have to go through all the pain and suffering of the millions of people are doing today and have gone in the past through this, and avoid many of the wars and conflicts that we've seen here. So let's go to our Dome of Peace.
I don't know if anyone to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And of course, that was part of the instruction when we go to the next step, which is spreading the fields of our soul. Mr. Keshe said, I'll take care of the physicality. You practice working on the soul level. And isn't that what Mr. Keshe told you, Jacko? He said to take care of the souls. He said he would handle the physicality.
Yes, he repeated that in the meeting we had Wednesday a week ago. And that is our job.
What does he mean, take care of the souls?
Work on the soul level as a universal council. We should not focus on physicality. He said it clearly in the words, focus on the soul and take care of the souls on soul level.
So work in the energy dimension rather than writing letters and
yes,
throwing hammers at people or anything like that.
I was looking to Marie, and we both thought the same. Yes, it is. We were expecting something else, but that was clearly what he said. And if you see what happens now, what they are, he said that there's so much more going on in the background which you don't see. And yeah, they are preparing for the physical level. They are preparing for these solutions. So of course it needs a little bit time, but it will come. Maybe sooner than we think.
Yes, we hope.
And you know, if you think one step further, what will happen with the people if they lose their jobs because of these changes? If they, don't see it clearly in the beginning, I think this is very important that we are ready as soon as it starts to support and to give the platform, to reach our hands to them to help. And if we can do it on the soul level, beyond the boundaries of Earth, is wonderful to do.
He may even be, I was just thinking, you know, if people don't have a job and they're hungry, well, we can feed them if we order the nutrition package.
Mark, the way he explained, it will all be ready if it's necessary.
Okay.
So we have to trust that as soon as this starts, because he also said that they will run in the doors because they want to be part of it. If they start to understand that this solution is there and then the problems grow and rise, then yeah, it will be wonderful to have this opportunity to give them the solutions.
So imagine if he offers shelter to people. Maybe this is what he meant by people will give up their homes, they'll abandon their homes in the future time. I think this was something out of the 320 Knowledge Seekers workshop, where you'll be able to set up a magnetic field structure and take it down anywhere on this planet and bring it with you. What would you need a house for anymore? Why would you have to pay taxes? Why would you have to maintain it?
That's the way.
So he may extend this to even structures of magnetic fields that you can take anywhere you go. If you need a structure, maybe you'll be staying with others. I don't know how that'll work.
I think that is where the satellites come into place. And they will provide all what is needed with the rays that are available. And he said, we create the rays now. We can set whatever we want, whatever we need. And that will bring the big change.
Yes, he said those rays don't make it to this planet, the creator rays. I think we heard that again. But he said the team has developed this process of mimicking or copying the cosmic rays.
Yes, from last Friday on, the system is on, and he says we can create whatever necessary.
Beautiful.
Yes.
And all gifted from the creator.
Yes, it is.
So let's go to our second part of the Dome of Peace, which we expand our souls. And I know the Brazilian team is working daily on the daily intentions as well as a Wednesday meeting. And the Universal Council is meeting every day at, not formally on a Telegram or a Zoom meeting, but just on the soul level to, again, do the same sort of work. And that's at 9 p.m. CET. So whenever you'd like to give from your soul, you can do that. And of course, this is the one thing that is not stolen. I think everything else we give, matter, state, or whatever, clothes or food, or it's all taken from somebody else. Even a coffee, you had to take the coffee beans to make the coffee. So all of that is stolen in a way. Even though you paid for it, you didn't perhaps steal it, but you took it out of its position. And so the only thing we can give that is not stolen is the fields from our soul, which we generate and we give freely. So let's hear this part. Shweta will read it. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace, and the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the two eyes. And we ask you to spread the waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Every Keshe. Thank you. If anybody
Again, he used that word unite in here twice. Now try to unite each other's souls. Unite, and in time we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And isn't this what happened in Friday's meeting? That was the second part, I believe, was to try and unite your soul with the other souls that were in the meeting. So this is where we're connecting together to make this intentions, wishes, what we would like to see much stronger. Collectively, we are stronger. He's indicated that on a number of occasions, at least at this point. Now, maybe in the future, when you reach the level of the soul of the creator, it would only take one entity to do that. And this is the way the Universal Council is learning to work as we understand it. Slowly, again, we're so connected to the matter state that even with the Christmas and everything, we've never gotten past it, even though we try and give homage to whoever at this time. We're still with the trees and the tinsel and the glitter and the lights and all. We've gone back to the matter state. So let's take 5 minutes. Again, this is a practice for us to learn about the giving from our souls, I would say. And again, it's the only thing that you can give that is not stolen. And that's just my understanding. So we'll take 5 minutes and we'll begin now for the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, and I would say across this planet, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So now we've come together in a point of quietness, calmness, and let's just give the energies from our soul to those who need it. And we can start for 5 minutes now. Thank you. Thank you all for participating, and as we know, no one failed the test. And so beautiful that we can reach anyone here on this planet or across the universe, even loved ones who've departed. It works the same way. We connect to them. We're already connected with them, and this is the way the Universal Council will continue to work on this energy level. And as the systems are processing people, they will join us, and collectively we're going to grow, I believe, exponentially, helping to bring this change. All the people who get processed, I wouldn't say all, but hopefully all, will become part of this bigger picture and bring the change more rapidly as there's more drops of water, let's say, combining to make this sort of movement of a river or a waterfall, or however you want to look at it. So thank you all. And remember, keep this with you. As Raphael said, try to replicate it as many times as you can. Oftentimes I'll just be out, see people. I don't know them, never seen them before, but I'll just give to them on the soul level whatever they may need. Don't know why, but I thought that was a good way to practice giving to others. Whatever they need, as long as the soul agrees to accept it, that's fine, but I'll give it regardless of what the soul says they want it or not. I don't even ask. I just give to them, and the soul is fully aware, and hopefully they take what they need. I think we're ready for Alex to come in. And let's see if he's put the last dot and they'll cross the last T on his presentation.
Yes, I have, but let's do it.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, I will play the disclaimer. Let me just correct the volume a little bit here. We'll go back to the beginning.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now let's welcome Alex in as he shares his understanding of the knowledge here weekly in the Spanish teachings, in the Portuguese teachings, in the Italian teachings. Perhaps he's been in Germany as well. He spread his fields across this planet in helping deliver the knowledge. So we warmly welcome you, Alex, and thank you for sharing with us today. Please take over the screen if you're ready. Okay, Alex, there you are.
Hello, good afternoon.
I don't know which system you're on.
Well, that doesn't matter. It matters if I know which system I'm on.
Right, right. I see you've replicated yourself 3 different times. So thank you so much for being here, and let's see what's in store for us today.
So please confirm audio visual.
Check, check. We see your screen and we hear your beautiful voice.
Okay, just settle down. Okay, so what a great day, and so welcome everybody, and thank you for allowing me to present today. This is the North American Knowledge Team meeting, and of course I want to welcome all the people from the other continents, and they make this meeting very, very powerful. And now we know that there are other continents that we need to speak of. So we have come to a very, how should we say it? We've come to the crossroads, and it's a very exciting time. And so let's get on with it. Let's see what we're talking about, because what we're talking about is the teachings of Professor Merit Tevakoli Keshe. And we call him the father of modern plasma science. And so let's make sure we understand. He's not the father of plasma science. He's the father of modern plasma science. And is there a difference? This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings in Plasma Science. We're discussing advanced Earth space. And we still have many, many worlds in collision. And my name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It's December the 18th, 2022. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we have, we're muddling through this physicality, which we call Earth space, because we are coming to a major paradigm shift. And in order to understand that, we really, really have to understand our Earth space better. But, you know, we can't wait for the changes. And so these changes are kind of upsetting. And so last week we called it Earth upheaval, because it's not the first time that we've had upsets on this planet. And so we have social collisions as well. And it's not the first time it happened on this planet also. So today I'd like to discuss these worlds in collision. And so this becomes part of the basic advanced teaching series as outlined here. And we've come a long way. But have we come a long way? And for those of you who are not familiar, last week's title and this week's title actually are titles of the books of Immanuel Velikovsky. Because all of us, you see, we're searching for outer space and we keep talking about it flippantly, but we really don't know what it is. And with respect to the plasma science, there are three basic books. The first book is The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, which discusses the source. And what is this source? So it's the creation of matters from the source. And with respect to these creation of matters, we find that there are three different field forces that come together to create this field, which we call a maggrav. And these field forces are all at different energy levels. And then there's a progression, and we go to book number 3, which says it's the origin of the universe. And so if there is a source, then isn't the universe the source? Or is the source that leads to the universe? And so that's a good question in my mind, because I don't have the answer to that. And I think I'm in good company that way. But we're talking about the soul. And then there's a link between the source and the soul. And so that's in book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And for a long time, we didn't understand the structure of the light, and a lot had to do with our history. And throughout history, we've been looking for that piece of pie in the sky. our little piece of pie. And we have it. We have it. It's a little tiny red dot in the bottom right-hand corner of, which is just a part of man's universe, which is just part of the rest of the universe. And so we seem to have settled for the lowest denominator. And that's our common denominator. And does our common denominator always have to be the lowest? And so we see that there are other things that we have to take into account. And the reason we have to take into account, because we've never rationalized pi. It's always this phantom pi. And when we talk about phantom, it's something that is apparent to the senses. So the senses are a detection device. Our senses are, and they detect something, but they detect things that have no substantial existence. And so we'd see satellites orbiting around the Earth, and we see satellites orbiting around other planetary, or let's call them universal structures. And are these satellites those pies in the sky, or do these satellites become spaceships? And are we already dream satellites in our own way? And then we always have to ask ourselves the question, which dimension is the reality dimension? Because we do have a dream dimension, and we have a physical dimension. But, you know, we have a real serious problem is because we really don't know what time is it. And the time aspect is something that is specific to Earth. And whose story do we believe? And so last week we said, well, there are lots of stories, lots of legends, and we all know that at some point in time, a whole lot of water came. And where did all this water come from? And then, of course, when we look into the sky, we see shooting stars, asteroids, and other belts. And who created these belts? How come we have belts? And so when we ask about what time it is, the key factor is that somebody is keeping track of zoological ages. Zodiacal, sorry. I apologize. Astrological ages, which has to do with the zodiac, which is divided into sections of 2,160 years each. And so the significance of this numbers is that if you divide it by 6, it comes out to 360 degrees, which is that number of degrees in a circle. But when we create a circle, it has this pi factor in it as well. And we see that there's clearly a difference where at some point in time we had 360 days in a year, and now we have 365 days in a year, and then we're wondering if that difference is that pi. And so the only real proof that we have is it goes by legends. And yet when we look into the sky, we see that sentimental pi in the sky, which we call Earth. We don't really know where it is because we have to have a reference to something. And so if we do know that it's not Venus and it's not Mars, and we're in between somewhere, and so that's Earth. And that's where we came to sentimentally. But that's within the range of planets which rotate around the sun. And then we have these other things, which we call asteroids. And they create a belt. And that belt is, well, it's the same as the orbiting belt, isn't it? So all of these planets follow that belt. And so it looks like it goes around the belly of the sun. But, you know, if we have a belt, we usually only have one. But this solar system seems to have many belts and they overlap. But, you know, our favorite belt is this Earth belt because it's bountiful. And did we come here because we were bounty hunters? And in that process, did we become the bounty hunted? Are we the bounty? Eh? And, you know, who is making this point of view? And all we have to go by is these legends. So one of the legends, of course, has to do with outer space, and we've carried that right to today. But the reality dimension is that outer space is not a place. There is no place that is outer space. Outer space is actually a method of energy transfer. And so we've always talked about energy and motion because this is plasma science, you see. So when we asked this, where did the beginning matter come from? And our favorite question is, which came first, chicken or the egg? But, you know, the answer really is neither, because they're both in the physical state. And to come somewhere, there has to be a place to go to. And so there has to be a planet. So if the chicken or the egg came somewhere, it came to the planet, just like us. But all these questions have to do with our point of view, and we only take into consideration, generally, our point of view. And our point of view is man space. And so the question becomes is, how does man space refer to the rest of the space? And in order to understand man space, can't we just talk about man space and ignore the rest of the space? Well, not really, because we have to take into consideration Earth space too, because, you know, Earth space has its own transition ranges as well, just like we do. But Earth space functions slightly differently. And we came here, and we should be happy that we came here, because that decision was made. You're here. Okay, so that's a decision. And that's a evidence. So you didn't come to someplace else, you came to Earth space. And so when we're talking about plasma energy, and someone asks us about this, first thing you have to tell them is it's a kind of energy state. And so this helps our point of view in terms of understanding our Earth space. And so for a lot of people, that would be very, very welcome. But it's the key to understanding our inner space. For a lot of people, this would be strange. And that key to inner space is also the key to the gateway to outer space. And for a lot of people, that would be really strange. But you see, if you go through life and you don't have this answer, it's kind of really strange, because it's important. You were born and you die. And there's an in-between life that you live. And it's your life, and it's very important. And if it's not important for you know the details of that, then nothing is important, is it? And in that process, we've had difficulty because we didn't understand the rules. And so let's just review the rules to make sure that we understand that the energy states can increase or decrease. But the rules are very different. It's not like one step at a time, but 10 steps at a time, which we call an order of magnitude. And then the different energy states feed other energy states. And the rule there is that the higher energy state feeds the lower one. And it is this rule that allows creation. But creation can go into a higher energy state or into a lower energy state. We call that creation versus decay. But if it were to stay at the same energy level, that becomes catalytic. And catalytic means there's an energy transfer, but the transfer medium is non-consuming. And our transfer medium is the sun. And our medium, the man space, is very consuming. And so it needs to be supplemented. And our Earth seems to be consuming, but in reality, we are the consumers. Regardless, what we have is affecting the rate of change, and the rate of change changes with respect to the state. So the higher the state, the faster the change. And the rate of increase is not step by step, but many orders of magnitude. So what determines this change? So the affinity for absorbing a field, or the affinity of creating a barrier of fields. And if you didn't have a barrier of fields, well, then you just have a mishmash. And so there are a lot of people who believe in chaos theory. And that's because they're not clear thinking. You see, because one of the things that is missing, which would clarify a whole lot of things, is the ethos of the universe, because the plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. So if you're seeing that the plasma fields are functioning properly, then we are working within these plasma rules. But if you see that the fields stop functioning properly, then you see where man decides to overrule the creator. And one of these things is the speed of rotation of a field, which represents the field strength. And so the faster the rotation, the higher the field strength. But the field strength is determined by its neighbors. And so there have to be field relations. And so the accommodation has to be made between various field strengths to be able to manifest in a position. And so we can actually change that position in various ways. And we don't have to go step by step either. So the point of the discussion is that at one point there was the creation of the universe. And we're always asked, how is the universe created? And we're getting closer. But we have to understand that the universe exists from energy. And so we have this energy, and we've seen it come together, and as we see in the Universal Order of Creation of Matters in book number 1. And so in order to capture this energy, you can't stop it. It always is in motion. And so that determines the charge, because the charge is the direction of that motion to and from somewhere. Well, if you're going to have to and from somewhere, then you have to have a relationship. And so therefore that relationship means that you have to have things in combination. How many things in combination do you have to have? And so if we can understand or increase our skill levels and understand that we are the ones that have to make the choices as if we are the last man standing, then we see that we can turn on and turn off the energy, which we call feeding, or we can increase and decrease the energy, which we call strength, or we can enhance or diminish the energy, which we call positioning. And so fundamentally we say, well, two forces come together and they create a field. So the PM ticks come together and create a Magrav condition. Very simple, but not only. Because for the purposes of discussion, as these two forces come together, we have two planes of reference, the x-axis and the y-axis. And so they come together and they create the third dimension, the z-axis. And then what? So this particular field is our enhancement, and it comes from universal harvesting. But on Earth space, this Magrav is self-consuming because we dabble in loosh harvesting, which is the stealing of energy from others. And when we say stealing of energy, well, that includes ourselves. And we need to have this energy because it's a binding force of a magnetic condition. But we're making some choices where it's easier to steal from others. And so we bind this energy at the expense of others. And because of the delay in consequences on this planet, we see that there's no consequences. But of course, that's not true because you see, if we didn't have this delay in consequences, if you look in the beginning and you say, well, I'm here, but there's no planets and there's no atmosphere and there's no water. So we better wait. We better delay this I am here until Earth is here, right? So before Earth, of course, we had to have a sun. And then we also have two planets that came before us. One was Mercury and then was Venus. And then we came. And then legend says that the next one after that was Tiamat. Well, we don't care about Tiamat, right? We only care about Earth space. And this is just a legend. And what does that mean? And why does that matter? And pardon me, did we forget another one? Yes, we did. So please excuse me. You all see the mistake, don't you? I hope you do. And I know why there's a mistake too. Just a moment, please.
Is this the issue of Mercury?
Well, we have this problem where, planets are colliding, right? Worlds are in collision. And we are missing a world. So I actually made a serious mistake, and I apologize for that. So just bear with me because it's very important to correct these mistakes.
I was thinking the solar system is a peaceful place as opposed to the sun, which has a lot of violent eruptions and sort of moves all over the place to keep everything in balance in a way, millions of miles in each direction to maintain the balance of the entire structure. But you probably have something different in mind. You may.
Well, yes, I do. And the thing is that let's see if this is going to work.
This is why I like these classes of teachings of the universe where we're allowed to talk back to the teacher.
Unlike the good old days where you used to throw things at the teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing. So we now know which planet we're missing, right? And then we are missing Mars. So Mars is in between the Earth and Tiamat. And then the next one after that, of course, is Jupiter. Okay, so all of these come together in a rotating field because all of these planets are rotating somehow. Some are rotating one way, some rotating another way, but they all came together plasmatically through energy. And based on rotation, speed, and strength, they created a position. And so plasmatically, we see that the PM text, which came from the original creation of matters, but they look just like electrons. And yet electrons are part of the gravitational field, which we call an atom. And in the atom, we have an electron and a proton. And so the PM ticks we call rays, and the rays we call PM ticks. And yet the electron has the characteristic of a ray. And so this has led to a lot of confusion, whether it's plasmatic or whether it's physical. And, you know, the thing about it is that the confusion has started a long, long time ago because we never really understood creation. And so now we're at the point where we can, because you see, when we're talking about stories in the past and how they affect us today, and you say, well, that was a long time ago, it doesn't really matter today. Well, that's not exactly true, because we do follow his story. And his story happens to be around, you know, the year nothing, the year between BC and AD. And so we see that according to the our calendar, we are in 2022 AD. And according to the Hebrew calendar, the year is 5783. And so, according to the Hebrew calendar, the start at the time of creation was 3761 BC. And so, what that means is that their history was 5,783 years. That's not his story, that's their history. But we have other zodiac signs, and one of them is Leo, which is placed in front of the pyramids. And according to Keshe, the pyramids are over 12,000 years old. And is this era then prehistory? But if history is historical, then how could there be a prehistory? So I guess that's the question, is how far does history go back? So we have these anomalies, right? We have different calendars, and you know, we're only talking about three here, three calendars. That's our calendar. There's the zodiac calendar, and then there's the Hebrew calendar, and then we find that the Babylonians are kind of involved with this whole thing, and there are other things that involve Babylon, including all these other major events. And so it's these other major events that I want to talk about, but not in terms of detail. I just want to acknowledge that they're there, because the details don't matter. You can discuss details, you can argue details, you can debate details. But you know what? There was a flood. There was Atlantis and Lemuria and an ice age and Alamogordo, and all these major events did really happen. But the thing is, the only artifacts that we have are the 7 continents that we have today. And then we have the other 2 legends of Lemuria and Atlantis, and we called them continents as well, which means there would be 9 continents. But are we sure? It just doesn't seem to make any sense. 360 degrees in a circle, 12 zodiacs in the circle. So, it just, now we have nine continents, lots of questions, but it really doesn't matter in the scheme of things. What matters is what we have as a record. And so we have different houses of knowledge, and there's anomalies there as well. So we find that in Alexandria and Basra, Iraq, that we have a common denominator there, and the attacking and burning of the library. And then we have 2 very important books, the Tao Te Ching and the Bible. And then another 2 important media, the encyclopedia and the Wikipedia. And then there's that other mystic record, the Akashic records. But, you know, being from Missouri, we like to see things physically. And lo and behold, there are these clay tablets that are very physical, which we've discussed. The Rosetta Stone, but what the Rosetta Stone is basically a template that allows us to translate 3 different languages. And one gentleman, Zachariah Sitchin, was able to read fluently these 3 languages. And so he wrote the Lost Book of Enki based on the translation, personal translation, not a third-party translation, but a personal translation of these tablets. And Immanuel Velikovsky, who wrote the book The Earth Upheaval, and followed that up with Worlds of Collision, which we're talking about today, he was also able to translate fluently those 3 languages and also able to examine these records on a first-hand basis. So this is critical because it sets them apart from other scholars. But these 2 were considered fringe theorites. So if these 2 scholars with advanced skills are fringe theorists, fringe scholars, if you will, what are the other scholars? And then the story, of course, is really important because there's another planet, and that planet was not shown on our list of planets and was never taught, not in school. But the idea was that the ruler of that planet, Anu, came to Earth and brought his 2 sons, Enki and Enlil. And Enki fashioned himself as a geneticist and Enlil as a warrior. And they had family shields, their own family shields. And so Enki had the shield of the eagle, and Enlil has the shield of the snake. And we still have these shields today, don't we? But the details aren't important. What is important is that they had claims of superiority with respect to humanity. They had claims of being our creators. Wait a second. And then they had claims of long life. Well, how long life? 2,160 years? Or according to the Bible, they may have been only 800 years. So not long enough, right? And then we have the story of Pishkin, who actually was given secret instructions, and somehow, some way, he put all the species on an ark because there was a lot of water coming. So he had foreknowledge that there was going to be a flood, and he had preparation, which we all know preparation is done in advance. So he prepared his ark, and he prepared to bring all the animals 2 by 2. But we all know what a mess that is. So he didn't do it literally. He did it through genetic selection. And when we say genetic selection, it meant that he collected all the DNA of all the beings. And then there's the question of which beings, who chose that, who didn't make it, and did that include the vertical people as well? And then was this flood like right around the world? How is that possible? You know, we have these tall mountains. And, you know, I mean, let's face it, you look at the artifacts in the Himalayas and you see seashells. And the Himalayas are the tallest mountain structures in the world. And, you know, how do seashells get up there? So the form artifacts tell you a story, and you can choose to believe it or not. And we can really get into the details of it, but it doesn't matter. The form artifact is still there. That's the point. And when we look at these decorations, which we call in Persia the Persian rugs, and we see graphic representations of the seasons and graphic representations of the DNA. But we find that on the other side of the Atlantic, in Middle America, they're wearing these same patterns on their clothes. And then they have these steps and they look like pyramids. And then there's an upper part and then there's a lower part. So we could ask ourselves, you know, are we only seeing half the pyramids? And how come we have pyramids in Mexico and pyramids in the Middle East? And was there a land in between? And then we have this anomaly where we have a big ocean called the Atlantic. And one of the form artifacts in the Atlantic is in the area what we call the Bermuda Triangle. And, you know, we have seen structures in the bottom of the sea. And we always ask, you know, who's building a building in the bottom underwater? Or was the building built above water and then it sank? And if it was going to sink like that, that would be a cataclysmic activity. And we see strange things in the Atlantic Ocean. We see the Gulf Stream and the current, how it comes up Florida and along the east coast of North America and then swings over to Europe. And then we look at the hurricane paths over the last 100 years or so. And we see that they come from Africa into the Gulf of Mexico and then go up. And some of them even make it all the way back to Europe. So there's something similar about this. But, you know, when you look at this and you see something very strange, and you see these deserts, and you see the desert, for instance, the Sahara is on the south side of the Mediterranean, not on the north side. Don't you find that strange? In fact, when we look at the deserts around the world, they all seem to be bordering on the edges of the land. And they all seem to be facing in the same direction, which indicates a sudden movement of water. What kind of water? Salt water. And we all know what happens when you water your plants with salt water. And then you look at the Mayan calendar. That's another calendar. Yeah. And then you look at the Mayan symbols and you see, well, they have this rotating field, this helical coil. They have the steps of the DNA, the steps of the pyramids, and they have an above ground and a below ground. And of course, Mexico has two ocean fronts, Atlantic Ocean front and the Pacific Ocean front. And there's some Pacific Ocean anomalies also, such as runways underwater. Well, who builds an airport underwater? Or was the airport built above water and then was there a sinking? And if that were the case, well, that would be kind of a cataclysmic event. And we still haven't found where Lemuria is, although legend says it's somewhere in the Indian Ocean, but it's not there. It's gone. And if it was there and now it's gone, I'd say that's a cataclysmic event. And so when we look at the pyramids and we see at the base of it, there's water erosion marks. Who would build a pyramid in the water? And is this all we see? Or is this all there is? Is there a part that we don't see underneath? Is there a bottom half to this pyramid that is similar to the top half? And then, of course, we can see there's definitely a line between the head and the pedestal, which indicates that the stone that was used to make the head was different from that of the pedestal. And who would put the head of a man on the pedestal of a lion? Unless he was an egotist and a vandal and trying to change our history so we don't understand that the history goes back over 12,000 years, because that's what the architects did in the old days. They would put a symbol of a zodiac sign as a cornerstone of their architectural structure, their architectural accomplishment. And so what time is it? And that becomes the question. But you see, the time factor is strictly an earthbound proposition. And that is the problem that we have, because it's limiting our understanding of nuclear science. Because there's another thing that has to come into the equation here, and that has to do with the ethos of the universe. Because the ethos of the universe follows the rules of creation. And so we have to have compassion for our fellow man. And that compassion follows a certain kind of morality. And we see that not all who have come to this planet, or not all who are in existence, have come to this planet. And so this planet can be a scary place. So it requires a lot of courage to come here. But this is all part of creation. And so to understand this, we have to explore. But how can you explore when you have these limits? So we are at the point where we can transcend these limits. And we don't need the details. We just need to make the nuclear connection. And we have to understand that the form artifacts of a nuclear explosion are green crystals, which we've seen at the base of Babylon, Alamogordo, and Hiroshima. But there's an anomaly here. And this anomaly is that when you do the archaeological digging at the Babylonian history point, there are 9 levels of civilizations. And to get to the 9th level, you had to go down through 8. So there must have been multiple earth upheavals. But interestingly, the only one that had the green crystal was the 9th level one. So the other ones had upheavals, but they didn't seem to have that nuclear connection. But wouldn't a nuclear connection cause a major cataclysmic event on this planet? I guess it depends on the size. So, when we're looking at just the basic rays, we look at the atomic structure. The atomic structure comes from the neutron. So the neutron breaks down into an electron-proton combination, which we call the neutron, and then it releases this PM tick, which we call a ray. And yet all of these are microscopic. They're atomic. Way, way smaller than a pyramid. And we have to understand how these fields operate. And so we see that the electron has a rotating magnetic field. And the proton, likewise, has a twin rotating magnetic field, and the proton is feeding this electron field. But these two stay together. And how is it possible for the electron, tiny as it is, to stay together with this proton, large as it is? Well, I'm really personally glad that they do, because this seems exactly like the relationship between the Earth and the Sun. And so, really, we could also ask the same question: how does this tiny Earth rotate around this large Sun? And so, all of this is a form artifact of energy in motion, but we can't see this energy in motion because the energy is rays, and these rays are emitted and they're absorbed, and they go so quickly, they're going at light speed, and they don't just go within and around themselves, but they go in affecting other fields. And so we can't see them, and yet we know that there is evidence of a launch field and a landing field and an ongoing reference. And so now we know that there's a plasmatic spectrum and a physicality spectrum, and there's a connection. But what we don't understand is this connection, because we have one physical field which is visible and one plasmatic field which is non-visible. And then we have this connection which is definitely non-visible. And in fact, we don't often even recognize that it's there. But this is the reality dimension, because that's what's connecting everything. This is the bond dimension. And this bond dimension then is the method of transportation for these feeding packs, because they can transcend these different reality dimensions. And they're bringing together these various plasma charges, which we've called aminogen, and it manifests itself into amino acid, and which is part of our physicality. But there are intermediate energy levels, which we call the spirit and the soul. And then, of course, there's that juicy thing, the spice of life. And all this is following the basic plasma feeding rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Okay. And the principles are of attraction and repulsion. And these are magnetical principles, which we call magnetical and gravitational. But they also represent an activity, which is a feeding of something and a feedback of something. So, it could be emotion, it could be information, and of course, it could be energy. And so all of this energy that's in motion with the PM ticks coming throughout the universe is feeding us and converging into something that we call a plasmagen maggrav, where we have a combination of the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter. And where is this matter? Well, it has to be somewhere. It can't be nowhere, right? So we have to have a feedback to somewhere, and that feedback is our Earth space. So our Earth space is following the same principle here. And we are man space. And our interaction with Earth space is what we call inertia, which is another field, an interaction field. And so we feed this interaction field, and this interaction field feeds us back. And this interaction field feeds back to the Earth space, and the Earth space feeds the interaction field. So this is how two forces come together and they create something. But, we don't seem to interpret these things properly, because we don't know if it's a flash, a glow, or a glitter. All we care about is if it's profitable. And so in order to make our determination, which is the important one, right? That's the important one. We have to account for certain things. And then we can just discount other things. They don't really matter. And then we just look at whether or not it's a blast or if it's bountifulness. And those are the things that matter, aren't they? But the thing that really matters is explaining why there's a hole in the middle of the Gans. Because it's clearly there. It hasn't vanished, it's just transparent. And it's there and it's working. And it's a rotating field. And so something is feeding that rotating field. So the rotating field is feeding back the artifact that it's there. And we're here. And the earth is here. And these are all biosphere dimensions. We're all form artifacts. But we are not in an archaeological dig here. We are in an anthropomorphic dig. And so we've been digging these cups of life to increase our, shall we say, energy level on this planet, which includes our awareness, includes our health, includes the quality of life, improves our inner space. And we see this through the various Ganses. And all we've been able to create in our own homes has been a few Ganses, like CO2 Gans, calcium Gans, zinc, copper, amino acid, water. But when we look at the new enhancement units, they have over 400 Ganses. And not only. And all of those Ganses create a cup of inertia, just like we do. And all of those inertia fields are interacting with something. In our case, it's the cup of the earth. And this becomes very important because our point of view is kind of important, isn't it? So we see all of these things working together, and we can say, well, it's a 6-cup system. Well, I'm going to see 5 cups. Cup of soul, cup of motion, cup of physicality, the cup of the earth, interacting with those first 3 cups. That's our cup of inertia. Oh, well, you see, all of these cups work collectively together as one cup. And each cup and the 6th cup have a magnetical, gravitational, and a soul field. So from our perspective, we have a soul field, emotion field, and a physical field. And then our environment and the interaction with our environment becomes our feeding dimension. And now we are seeing that our feeding dimension and the scope is changing. Our understanding is changing. And we're still grappling with history because we have this sunrise anomaly. We know from our perspective that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. But we know that this is done because the earth rotates and the earth doesn't walk. But we walk. And when we walk, we don't rotate. So, but we're on earth. And we're created the same way as earth. So there's an anomaly there. And there's an anomaly between the fact that there's a soul of the body and a physical body. But there's another anomaly, and that is that according to Velikovsky, there are cases, historical cases, form artifacts to show that the sun did rise in the west and set in the east. Oh my. So what we have here is, overall, so not to lose the purpose, we're searching for outer space, but we find that there's a difference. There's a difference of a plasmatic condition and a physical condition. And each one is considered a manifestation point. But that manifestation point in physical space is actually materialization. So to go from a physical space to a plasma space, that's a dematerialization. And there has to be a connection, and there has to be a bond. Because we can go from one to the other and from the other back again through this real reality dimension. And we know this dimension exists because we see that there's another anomaly, and that is this hemispheric rotation, which we have the North Pole, the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere, which these spheres are all rotating in opposite directions at the same time. But the Earth itself, as a sphere, rotates only in one direction. And so today the sun rises in the east, but we have historical evidence the sun did rise at some point in the west. So according to Velikovsky, the problem is with so many calendars, we ended up with a difference of 700 years between the neighbors, right? Because wouldn't the neighbors have the same history as you do? And so when we try and align these calendars, do we move ours forward 700 years, or do we move it backward? Or do we just kind of balance it somehow with our neighbors, because they also have neighbors? And so you have to, all the neighbors are neighbors, and they're all connected because they're all in Earth space. So in order to have the same history, we have to realign it and overcome this difference. And so we compare these stories, and there's a lot of problems with a lot of these stories because we have multiple names for the same characters. We have vandalism, right? People go around and scratching historical monuments. We do that in our society too, right? We use paint spray cans. And we call it tagging. But getting back to this historical reference, we're talking about some very traumatic effects, and we found that magnetically, we can flip a magnet, and it's not a traumatic event. But if we were to flip an axial pole, that would be pretty traumatic. And it would also count for the anomaly of the sun rising in the west. So there's another anomaly, and that has to be with the fact that when we look at the solar system, all of these planets have a position, and they have an orbit, and they have a belt. That orbit is the belt. And all the planets are spheres, and they follow that belt, and they keep a distance from the other planets. But there's this asteroid belt, and it's kind of messy. But it's messy within the orbit, and all of the asteroids stay within that orbit. And as legend has it, that there was a planet called Tiamat. And clearly we see that Tiamat is no longer there. But in its place is this asteroid belt. If Tiamat was a planet, and now it's, shall we say, shattered into smaller bits, I'd say that's a pretty cataclysmic event. And so we know that there's a relationship between the magnetic pole and the axial pole, and the relationship between the two rotating hemispheres. and we know that the Earth wobbles. But now, with the plasma science, we also know that energy is always in motion and it's a two-way street. And so that two-way street, in simple terms, is fundamental for binding energy. So the energy has to come in and we absorb that energy, but that energy also has to go out. And so we emit that energy. And if that energy is going out, it has to be pretty strong. And so this becomes an elevating energy. It's a creation energy, right? It has to be, because it has to leave our sphere of influence. And so this leaving and coming, this absorption and emission, this attraction and repulsion is all part of this Magrav feeding dimension, which we call planet Earth. And all we see is this rotating sphere. What we don't see is the radiance that's coming from this sphere. And so this is coming from within, and it's part of Earth space inner field. And it radiates out, and that feeds it. But energy is radiating back in. That's the feedback radiance. And so if we wonder about that anomaly of us being able to walk on this planet and not rotate, and of course, the Earth can't walk, but it can rotate. Well, we have these toys, and we need to look at these tops that we used to play with as kids. We'll talk about slinkies next week, but understand that a slinky is a helical coil. So its rotation is kind of like our rotation through the zodiac. But these tops, they can rotate on this planet, and they do move around. But if they deviate from the vertical, because that's the ideal, isn't it? If you get a top spinning perfectly, and that's what was the fun in the game, is to get it to lay down on the ground, spin perfectly, not make any noise. You became a master at spinning the tops. But if you spun it horizontally, it would clatter on the floor and make a lot of noise and maybe even bang off some furniture. But it seemed to stand up on its own. It always stood up vertically, as long as it was able to spin fast enough. But imagine if the floor wasn't there, and imagine if the top was actually kind of uniform, where the northern part of the top had a uniform opposite on the bottom, then it could actually flip right over, couldn't it? And if it was to flip over, that would be kind of like an Earth flipping over on its polar axis, the rotating axis. That would be considered an Earth upheaval. But what would cause that upheaval? So we talked about one type of upheaval being a nuclear explosion. But what happens when two magnetic fields come close together? Well, the obvious answer would be a repositioning. But I think we've all seen that it's also possible for there to be a polar flipping. But what happens if the interaction becomes so drastic that there might even be a physical contact, or just short of a physical contact, an extremely close contact? that could cause an axial pole flipping. And when you look at the size of the asteroid belt, and you look at the fact that it was blown to smithereens and formed an asteroid belt, I'd say that was a pretty big cataclysmic event, and it might have pushed Mars too close to Earth's orbit and caused that cataclysmic event. And if that cataclysmic event was created by Enlil, because Enki had Earth and Enlil had Tiamat, and so Enlil was the warmonger, and he was such a good ruler that he blew up his own planet. And so he came to Earth, and the argument continued with his brother. And so there are many other nuclear explosions, and we've seen the form artifacts of that. So we have more than one event, is what I'm saying, of a cataclysmic event on this planet, which could have caused this axis pole flipping. And this axis pole flipping is very relevant because it involves the direction of the sun. Instead of rising in the east, it rose in the west. But then it rose in the east again. So in fact, there were two axial pole flips. But maybe there were more, and we don't know about that. Well, we don't really know about these, except that Velikovsky found evidence that clearly suggested that this was indeed the case. And we have historical events that clearly show that. And we have calendars that are out of sync. And we have this prehistoric area that's between 6,000 and the 10,000 years. We have 4,000 years of history that we really don't know anything about. And it's just, we don't know. It's prehistory. And then there's another prehistory where we have forum artifacts of prehistoric creatures, such as woolly mammoths, who are frozen in ice. And it was a flash freezing that flashed so quickly that they couldn't even swallow their food. I mean, if you had an emergency and you were sitting at dinner, I think by the time you got up from the table and left the building, you'd have swallowed your food. And one of the reasons you would do that, of course, would be an earthquake, wouldn't it? If you felt an earthquake, that's the first thing you do, is you run outside of the building. People in earthquake zones know that. The children know that. You feel the shake, you're gone, out the door. Swallow that food and out the door. Well, these creatures couldn't even swallow the food. It was pretty sudden. So sudden, more sudden than we can imagine, and that's the point. There must have been some kind of collision. And so the thing is, it wasn't a physical condition because, let's face it, Earth is still here, Mars is still here. But the form artifact of Tiamat, according to legend, Tiamat is gone and has been replaced by an asteroid belt. So whether or not this energy was transmitted plasmatically, the legend shows physical evidence. And so we can do the same thing. And then we have to see, we have to have a reference point. We have to have a relationship. And so our relationship is with the sun. Not only. It's obviously we have a relationship with Mars. And obviously, beyond Mars, we were affected by the asteroid belt. How much do you take into account? And how much do you discount? So these are the questions that you have when you're looking at dynamic plasma relationships. And this is the problem. When we're looking at scientific relationships, we're only looking at the physicality. And we're looking at the evidence. Well, we have the evidence, but we don't have the explanation. And spiritually, well, we're not coming up with a total answer, are we? There's always something missing. Maybe 4,000 years. And so this is where the plasma science is now adding to the knowledge. But at what rate of change? What is the rate of change? So we know there's two rates of change that come into our field of reference. And one of that is we see that in our immediate history, we know that it's about 12,000 years. And really nothing much has changed, has it? And we know that in a cataclysmic event, the rate of change is instantaneous. And we see evidence of that. So is there a graceful way to do this? And when does it start? And how long does it take? So we know that there are interactions. And now we have to understand that energy interaction is a two-way street. And that the energy interaction of the sun is like a catalyst. And the energy interaction of the earth is a receptor. It's not as strong, but it maintains its mag-grav position. And so the details of the earth upheaval and the details of the collision are not important. What is important is the sun is still here and the earth is here and we are here. Through all of these cataclysmic events, we're still here. So we find that there is a dynamic plasma and there's a dynamic feeding and a dynamic feedback. And that is done through this reality dimension, which doesn't just go into through our Earth space or through our solar system space, but it goes right throughout the whole universe. And there is a connection. And so we have now graduated to the point where, first of all, we recognize that there's a new reality dimension. And it's a new reality dimension because it's new to us in terms of understanding. But it's not really new. It's the modern day plasma science, where we start to understand what manifestation is. And it doesn't just include the tangibility of physicality, but the non-tangibility of the emotion. And that these two work together. And that there is a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. And so when we're talking about matter, we have to understand that matter does not have to manifest into physicality, which is what we call materialization. We just have to understand the rules. We have to understand which dominant matter state are you? What are you feeding? What is the common denominator? And the common denominator is we all have a soul, and that's the essential you. The question is this interaction between the plasmagen state and the mattergen state, because that continues to operate for the soul. But the soul needs to be somewhere, doesn't it? And so that becomes the interaction stage. And the soul of the body is the facilitator. That's the surrogate you. That's the interaction between the plasma state and the environment state. And all of this for the basic sciences our soul of the earth relationships. And so we see the commonality of the soul of the sun, the soul of the man, and the soul of the earth, and how it interacts with the souls of the body. So there is a soul of the man body, there's a soul of the earth body. And this becomes very important for us because we have a physicality of our body. And that physicality of the body is residing on the physicality of the earth body. And so there's a sequence that we have to follow and understand. Is the soul of the solar system plus the soul of the sun is what attracted the soul of the earth. And then now that we have the soul of the earth here, that attracts the soul of the earth body. And now that we have the soul of the earth body, well, that attracts the physicality of the earth. But it's always based on an interaction with the soul of the sun. And so when we look at history, and when we look at history, we see that the zodiac goes at intervals of 2,160 years. And we look at historical figures who live, 800 to 1,000 years. So not long enough. And we live 60 to 120 years, and that is definitely not long enough. And so we understand that this all is physical. And so when we're looking at, to go to heaven, we have to understand, no, we are in heaven. But we've come from somewhere. And maybe we've come from a better heaven. But we don't see that. All what we see is we see the earth, we see the Mars, and legend has it about Nibiru. And we see the asteroid belt. And if we see it, it's physical. So the way we got here was faster than all of these lights, faster than all the physical lights. How much faster? Much faster. At some nebulous speed, and it doesn't matter. So the rate of change can be affected. And the rate of change is what we're talking about, because we built a peace dome. And we've increased the energy of this peace dome, and all the individual components of this peace dome are coming together and elevating together and increasing their field strength together. And it's not helter-skelter, it's very well organized. I mean, look at the asteroid belt. If the asteroid belt is the form artifact of the destruction of Tiamat, then these asteroids should be all over the place. But they're not. They follow that belt. They stay within that orbit. They're organized. They should, by rights, be scattered all over the place. And they're not. So what we know is that the energy dissipation that created the asteroid belt was great enough to destroy the Magravh condition of the Tiamat, but was not strong enough to destroy the orbital path of the asteroid belt. And so this becomes the important reference point. And so it's clearly between Jupiter and Mars. But it's not to say that there wasn't a deflection. It's not to say that there weren't consequences. And it's not to say that there wasn't an earth upheaval. Well, we are now on the verge of an earth upheaval as well. Because this asteroid belt, which we call the Peace Dome, and we are all the asteroids navigating through this Peace Dome, are interacting with the soul of the earth. And they understand when you look at the vertical people, they're well organized also. And they don't fight. And they're bountiful. And they're normal. And all they're seeking is freedom and emancipation. Well, the earth is seeking the same thing. And man is seeking the same thing. And after 12,000 years, we still haven't got it. So we have an existential crisis. And that defaults to the harvest of the plasma energy of the plasma universe. We are at a landing point. And so we see that we arrived. But so did Anu. Anu arrived. But then we were enslaved. And then we were washed away. And then we seen that the sun played tricks in the sky. And then we were modified. And it seems that the warmongers prevailed. And then scholars were deceived because they couldn't read. They had to translate. They didn't have the skill to read the various histories of all the neighbors in their native languages, as did Sitchin and Velikovsky. And so all of this history is based on the physical materialization. And that's why the pursuit of happiness has failed, because man has never launched a rocket into outer space. And we are ignoring the fact that we all prefer the bountifulness of Earth space as opposed to Mars space. And so, yes, we are planning trips to Mars. And I guess it's a great place to visit, but who wants to live there? And that proof of concept is that we want to live on Earth. That's our preference. And how do we know that? Because we were born. And what system did we use to be born? It was an outer space system that encapsulated the sentimentality of our desire to come to Earth. That comes from our inner space. And so the Earth becomes our target point. Where was the launch point? If the Earth is the landing point, where was the launch point? And if we're launching from Earth, where are we going? What is the new target point? And we came as babies, but we are now adults. So how do some come as adults? They don't go through the baby process the way we did. Or how do some travel, albeit not at light speed, less than light speed, and come here and claim superiority? How is that possible? And so we find that the limiting factor is the ethos of the universe, and we find that our inherent being is peaceful. That's us. We are peaceful. And so as all the planets converged into the solar system, we see the soul of man converging with the science to bring peace on this planet. The same way. That's the universal way. And not only us, but we have excitable visitors who also want to come. Why not? It's exciting. We can hear their excitement in their voices. Wait till you see that. Wait till you see them. And then you have to ask, which dimension did they come from? And which dimension did we come from? And why are they coming here? Some people think this place is a miserable place. Well, it's only in the light if you have health issues, or if you have cancer, or if you have some kind of addiction. we are in the post-December 16th era. We now have new choices where we can understand how to transmutate from outer space to the bountiful space of Earth space and back. And what we need to find is this graceful space in between, the inner space. We know it's there. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science. We're calling all Earth space patriots. There's a world peace treaty. Please sign it. Sign it with a pen, sign it with your heart, sign it with your soul. The Earth is counting on it because it has overlapping fields of life, as you can see, with freedom from boundaries or abuse. And so we have to understand our history and not the details, just understand our purpose of creation. We have a physical and emotional vitality that needs to go through a transformation. And it's an earthbound condition. The earthbound has to go through the same atmospheric transformation. And it has to do this from a point of transparency to that manifestation point. This bountifulness is all part of the healing process. And that healing process comes from the inner space of the earth space and connects to that nebulous point of the universal inner space of freedom. So Earth's legends and the upheaval and the history, this all collides with man's morality. And now we need to see that the plasma science continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. And again, thank you all. This is the end of the lesson. Thank you for allowing me to present.
Thank you, Alex. I think we have a few questions, hopefully, but at this point, we usually ask, is anyone here for the first time? I'm looking through the list. I thought there were a couple of people I didn't recognize, but it looks like everyone has been here before. So I don't know how much time you'll have for warming your tea before the questions start, Alex. Are you ready
It's
to
okay,
take
I'm here.
Okay, are you ready to take a question or two? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, Galib put something in the chat. I don't know. Galib, are you still here? Galib? Maybe you'd like to read your post.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Alex. I just put it in as a information that I read in a book. I thought it was relevant, but
The Palladians also agreed to chisel the likeness of the face of Ra. I guess Ra is the sun god, as I understand it, as he had appeared to the Martians into the planet's surface. This record of the temple was crucial to the planet's, it just moved, to planet's ability to reflect its complete history to future inhabitants of the solar ring. Therefore, it was created several times larger than the original temple on the now dead, arid surface of Mars. And this was by Amora Huan Yin. Don't know if you'd like to add to that, or how did you feel that was connected?
Is that for me or for Galeb?
No, if Galeb...
I think it's for me.
Okay. We're certainly given a lot of stories. I know that. Again, I know Mr. Keshe will be testing things like the Shroud of Turin and other religious artifacts to see if we've been hoaxed, or is this the real artifact as it's purported to be. Again, I think they'll be testing many different things in the system.
I think maybe interesting to note is that this is written by a woman. I think she's very sincere in her servitude, and she passed away almost a decade ago. And this is her account of what she refers to as channeling the Pleiadians, which I'm personally also just in general, whatever channeling is. I think that's something, a verb. It's been used as a verb. I personally, I'm studying communication science, and I am interested to understand more about this, what people call channeling at all in generals. But this is some information that when we're talking about Tiamat being destroyed, something similar is also mentioned in this book by this woman, Amora, in the Pleiadian perspectives of human evolution. This a quote from that book.
Randy has added to your post, Amora Yin, 1950 to 2013, was a natural healer and psychic since birth. As a child, was gifted with clairvoyance and clairaudience. A personal health crisis in later years led to her to a path of holistic living, spiritual awakening, and sharing her gifts with others. Amora was well known and respected as a healer, seer, and teacher based in her beloved Mount Shasta, California. Yeah, we heard that is quite an enchanted place in a way. I know James Gilead runs a thing there where they see many lights coming out of the mountain and going into the mountain. And I guess many people that go to this ranch have a lot of different experiences there.
So I'd like to comment on two things there. So one, as I said, the details don't matter. These anomalies exist. And the second thing is that we don't have an explanation. And when we look at the quality of our life, I think, regardless of how old you are, I think we can all say the same thing. So I'm taking a chance here. But I think the quality of life of the society in general, not specific where someone goes from rags to riches. I'm just talking the quality of life on this planet has diminished over the course of each and every one of our lives. So although the technology has supposedly advanced, the quality of our life has not kept. In fact, it's gone the other way. And because of that, the real question becomes as to what causes that. And the real question then comes is, what is the meaning of our life? Because the answer to that first question is that if the quality of life is what matters to us, is that life only on this planet? Is that what we're referring to? Therefore, the quality of life would be then restricted to our physicality. And so what we're seeing with the plasma science is that if that is the case, well, then we have no idea and no hope of getting an idea of the purpose of creation. And I think with that kind of hopelessness, it becomes a major contribution to the depression that surrounds this planet. And it actually enhances the point of view how much of an impact this plasma science is having on the welfare of this planet. Because it yes, it counters everything that we've learned in history, but it also explains everything that we've had in history where the scientific community, whether it's physical or spiritual, has been unable to do so. And there's a consistency. So the fact of the matter is that you have different types of people who come up with similar stories. Well, are they crazy? Do they go to the same crazy school? Or do they know something and they bring that up at the risk of being ridiculed? And then compare their story to someone else's story, and then they only don't come forward until they hear that similar story. So that's where the connection comes in. So when you have these similar stories are manifest from similar fields. And that similarity is where the connection comes in. So we can now ask that question plasmatically, well, what is the connection for our being on this planet and that of the Creator? And now we do have an answer. And in physical terms, I guess, when you say physical terms, in terms of physics, carbon 14. But how does that work? Right? And is it exclusively physical? So we find that no, it actually applies to the soul as well. Well, if we are connected to the Creator from our physicality to some nebulous point somewhere, the Creator, wherever He is, then how come that great distance can be transcended and we on this planet can't even connect to our soul? Or if you want to be a little bit more skillful, connect to the soul of this planet. You don't even have to go off the planet. We could raise our skill level just being here. And then if we can do it here, we can do it anywhere, right? Because it's the same skill. So that is what affects the rate of change. And we need to elevate the playing field. And we have done that. And for those who are still digging in the artifacts of the archaeological digs, or are who still carrying forward the ancient prophecies, which literally imply that these prophecies are etched in stone and that change is impossible. And if you're the captain of a ship and your first mate says, "Captain, I'm really sorry to bother you, but if you don't change course, we're going to hit the pier and we're going to sink this ship." And that's my prophecy. Do you believe in prophecies? Well, I'm the captain of the ship. So thanks for your prophecy, but I'm going to hang a left here and we're going to go out of the harbor safely. This is the new plasma science. We are going to navigate in a different manner and navigate with safety. And the result would be peace and prosperity. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Galen. And Alex. Would anyone else like to raise a point, a question, share some knowledge? What's been happening in your plasma world? Or matter state, because we're operating in both of them. Or at least learning how to. And I was wondering, Alex, are we always going to be connected to this planet? I think Liliana brought the 8th Kids Knowledge Seekers workshop. couple weeks ago, perhaps, and I thought I heard in there that the memories of this planet, and again, maybe I'm misunderstanding it, would be erased from our memory at some point in time, and that we wouldn't have this connection here. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's a really, really good question. And let me share the experience that I had. I remember when I was in kindergarten, and the teacher brought out a game that we were playing with. And frankly, I had a ton of fun. And it was the only time that whole year that we played that game. And no other game gave me as much pleasure as that game. And it wasn't just me, it was everybody. We were all laughing and giggling and having a great time. And it was the only time we played that game. And I thought, well, maybe, you know, someday we'll play that game again. Well, no, it's never happened since, because I had left kindergarten. But I remember the memory of it. But more importantly, the details don't matter. It's like every relationship that I've had in the past. And we all have had relationships that have broken up. And the reasons for those breakups are numerous, but they're usually, shall we say, were stressful conditions at the time. But as time goes, I don't remember those details. And in fact, I don't remember those stressful conditions. I just remember the good times. I remember the happy times. I remember the belief system that I had that we were in good relationships. And I think this is important, and this is how we need to view our being on Earth. What's the sense in carrying that baggage? There's no point. What's the sense in carrying that history unless that history is enslaving us? If we don't know that that is part of our enslavement, then, you know, we still play that game and we still get fascinated with studying those things. But these things that I'm talking about here are studied over 30 years ago. So, you know, why do I have to bring it up again? Well, because there's a different point of view now. Going back to the key point, the human species is an inferior race, and that the creator was a geneticist, our creator. Both those ideas or ideologies are false. We now have a different point of view. We were created by the creator, who created the so-called creator, right? Who has a pretense that they are superior to us. And being of superior nature makes us inferior. But the fact of the matter is that the ability to come to Earth space, I think, is a superior characteristic, but not superior as in terms of overlording or lording over, just in terms of skill level. That's all. And once we have this ability to share this skill level with others, then that superiority complex will disappear. And who needs it anyway? It's just baggage. So any limit that we have with respect to our evolution, so-called evolution, which is really not evolution per se, as we've been taught in school, but a maturation where we mature. And aging or going from babyhood to adulthood is not maturation. That is growth. But there's a certain kind of growth. There's a physical growth and there's a soul growth. And so that comes from the life experience that we have. And so every experience that we have is for the betterment of our soul. And if it takes a disaster to get the message across, well, then maybe that's what the soul needs. Over to you, Mark.
Mhm. Anyone else would like to come forward and raise a point? Ask a question, share some knowledge?
Hi, Mark. It's Dean here.
Yes, Dean.
Hi, guys.
Thank you.
Alex, I'll ask you a question. So, Alex, how do you formulate your approach to landing your material to deliver it as a lesson? So how long does it take you? Does it take you a week, an hour, or does it come to you on a soul level? How do you formulate your teachings?
Hi, Dean. That's a super question. And I've had to come to grips with that answer also because, as I've said many times in the past, I've exceeded my knowledge. And so what knowledge is that? And so that's the knowledge that I got from the libraries and from all the time that I spent learning, but also from the teachings that I had before I got to the Keshe Foundation. And then also I've been with the Keshe Foundation since 2015. And I've spent a lot of time. And when you compare the amount of time that I've spent to a lot of people who haven't spent any time, then there's a reason for me having so-called more knowledge. But that knowledge is not knowledge that is, part of the 3 R's, the writing, reading, and arithmetic. There has to be an extension. So we don't have enough time to read all the books in the library, so there has to be a knowing by connection. And fortunately for me, is I learned about this before I came to the Keshe Foundation, because it's impossible for me to assimilate over 3,000 hours of teaching and try and put it together in a class. But the thing is that, I'm part of the community, and the community has questions. And so these questions are relevant with respect to our existence today. And so sometimes I take advantage of Mark and I delay my entry here because I'm putting the finishing touches to the presentation because I need to be current. If you're talking about history that's going back 12,000 years, what's that got to do with the age of 2022? And there is a connection. But to paraphrase it like a parrot is irrelevant. To paraphrase it in context with current events, now that's meaningful. And so there's an obligation on my part to make the presentations meaningful in the context of what we're doing. But how can I do that without access to, Dean, you have more knowledge than I do. I haven't been to links. So just your being there, you have, shall we say, osmotically absorbed more knowledge that you even probably know and or aware of. But because we have different elevations now, so we understand that although our physical aspect does not recognize that, the soul does. And so it becomes very important to enlist the services of the soul and then come and manifest it into the physicality. So I was quite seriously worried before I got into this Earth Space series And it is an Earth space series that involves inner space and outer space. And as you've seen by the pattern that I've been making, that this pattern has materialized on its own. Because my teaching started with the Brazilian community, and it was public teaching. So we started with basic teaching, and a lot of people, that's all they want to know. And then there were more. They kept wanting more information, so we got to the intermediate level, and then they wanted more, so then we went to the advanced level. But it's advanced from a layman's point of view. It's advanced from an Earth space point of view. It's not advanced really from a plasma point of view, except what I'm trying to do is to acknowledge the plasma understanding and how it affects our physical understanding, because it's changed my world perspective. And when I had to make that transition, it was really difficult because honestly, that learning or the training or whatever you call it that I had was exhausted. But it wasn't really exhausted. It's just that I couldn't figure out how it pertained to what we're talking about today. Because there were a lot of things that I learned that I couldn't explain or talk to the average person because I didn't fully understand it. And they weren't even aware. So it's already, a difficult chore. But it's just as difficult today because these people still are not aware. So these basic classes become a pathway for those who are not aware to go at their own pace and try and catch up, if you will. But the fact of the matter is that the Keshe Foundation is racing ahead. Well, how do you keep up? So you have to elevate the game. And you have to know what you're talking about. And I can't talk about things that I don't know. That's not fair to anybody listening, and it's not fair to me. But can I talk about what I know in relationship to the plasma science? Well, there's the first revelation. We never been in outer space. The second revelation is we are not an inferior race. And the third revelation is that we are not genetic mutants. Well, how does that affect your view on history? So we reviewed history again, and you see two people, Sitchin and Velikovsky, who have made bold claims about our history, and they're called, fringe. Well, who's fringe? And when you look at the explanation and you say, you know what, that explanation makes more sense than the explanation that I'm taught with so-called mainstream. How is that possible? And so it's the pot calling the kettle black, right? Is the fringe calling the non-fringe fringe because, misery loves company. Well, I don't love misery. So I need to get to the truth. And isn't that an important thing to do in your life? I think it's a very important thing. But, do we all have that opportunity? Well, not all of us are as lucky. I consider myself very lucky to have gotten this opportunity. I'm totally honored to be here, to even be able to present to you in my own limited understanding. But my limited understanding isn't being enhanced because I'm like you, I'm learning about the new plasma science. And clearly, if Mr. Keshe is saying, well, we have this new added capability, the first question has to come to mind, is that even possible? Well, of course it's possible. Well, is that consistent with our teaching? Yeah, it's always been consistent. Is it consistent with our history? Actually, it is consistent with our history. because our history has imposed limitations. And once we've broken through those limitations, we see the reason for those limitations. And the reason for those limitations is specifically, and I iterate, the universe is a benevolent place. And the ethos of the universe promotes life. And if you're not in the business of promoting life, then you are violating universal principles. And the violation of universal principles is the limiting factor for going into an enhanced or an elevated state. It is not possible. The dynamic plasma interaction imposes a dynamic braking system. And where do we use that on a regular basis? In these new electric vehicles, which are like 70 years behind the times. And we call it modern technology. No. Retarded technology is not advanced technology. The nature of being advanced is advanced. It's beyond our knowledge. So each of us has to stress ourselves. The stressing is an annealing process. Annealing, that's what you do with steel. You keep pounding it, it gets stronger. And then annealing process is what it's called. And so we have an annealing process of the human spirit, because now we have what we're really looking for. And because it gives you satisfaction, freedom and emancipation of humanity. So freedom and emancipation from what? This enslavement, this feeling of inferiority. And the other thing, we're not alone. Well, what do you mean we're not alone? Well, are we basically in a prison planet because we're not allowed to go out? Or those who are imprisoning us don't want us to come out because they don't know how to deal with it either. And you know that because I grew up in the city and I live in the country now. And it'd be really hard for me to go back to the city. Well, why? And then I look at my neighbors and they're all unfriendly. Why? Because they set up a barrier. They know that there's a self-serving, overriding emotion that is permeated this planet. And they don't mind benefiting from that, but they sure don't want to be consequential as a result of that. So get me away from people so I don't have to suffer their delinquencies. Okay, I can be perfectly fine on my own. And so everybody is looking for that little paradise where they can get off the grid, they get their little log cabin and their wooden stove and, eat berries and, just live off the land the way our ancestors lived. Well, now we realize that our ancestors didn't live that way. That's the way that we want to live, because if we thought our ancestors were cave dwellers, that's what city dwellers have become. And they call them condominiums. We become cave dwellers and we enjoy it. And no wonder, the depression sets in, because we create these jails for ourselves. So we want to be in the wide open spaces. In Toronto, you have a small property that, has a 50-foot frontage, 20 meters. And it's priced over $1 million. And then you go to a property that is 20 kilometers I say, now that's a property. That's a property. But now we have a new paradigm. We can go somewhere else. Why do we have to purchase a property? Well, how's that going to affect your change? You know, from having a home to having a property to, you know, we don't need a property. Maybe, you know, we can go to another place, and we can do this instantaneously. So why do I want to stay at a property? So these are all the questions that I put forward to myself. And it's these questions that guide me, because if I have this question, then I have to look for that answer. And how long does it take for me to arrive at that answer? And now I'm at the point where I have, in my own desire, to conduct at least another 30 classes on this series. I've never had that possibility before, not when I joined the foundation or any other time when I was with the foundation. And the reason for it is because the plasma science has extended my horizons. And as soon as you make these revelations that break through the limitations, you know, I've known for the longest period of time that the speed of light was not a limiting factor. But I'm sure for the majority on this panel that that is an astounding revelation. And so you would question whether or not, you know, that is believable. Is that possible? So, you know, if you don't believe that, then you can't travel in outer space. Because if NASA is taking a couple of weeks to get to the moon, and we can go to Mars in an instant, how did that happen? How is that possible? Is it possible? And why would you take 2 weeks to go to the moon if you can get there instantaneously? So, you know, this is affecting our choices. It's affecting our questioning. And now we've come to the point where it's affecting our society. And our society is based on our goals, our values, and they're definitely in upheaval. So the goals and values that I had as a child are not the same that I have as an adult. And in fact, I'm going to add another point. I was quite dismayed at my parents because we were not well off. And I thought, well, I was looking at the situation, you know, and as a student, as a teenager, you can assess the situation. You look at the situation and say, oh, no, I don't like that situation. I can do better. And I did. And I did everything that my parents accomplished by the time I was 21. So, you know, in terms of from the time I determined to make that change, I'd say 3 years maximum. I accomplished in 3 years. And then I said, well, okay, now that I have accomplished this, what, you know, all my friends wanted to accomplish, I've accomplished it. Now what? And, you know, in many ways, I went downhill from there. But the thing is, you know, it looks like we went downhill, but there was a purpose. And so all of these things and these disasters, and sometimes you really, really have to look hard for that silver lining, and you say, well, that got me here. That's how I got from there to here. That was my method of transportation. And it wasn't always nice, and it wasn't always graceful. But I didn't know that there was a graceful way. And we have really never experienced this graceful way until actually Friday. Because that is a graceful way. To be able to sit in safety and comfort of your own home and be able to transmutate to a place of refuge in safety is
Alex,
very
sorry, I
crucial.
didn't mean to stop you, but most of us, when we're in our homes, we feel in a safe environment. That's why people have their homes. So this gives them the ability to be present with themselves, feel secure, and to be able to take themselves on a level that you speak about to another position or not, depending upon their knowledge and their fear factor. So
Right.
if they're listening to their environment, and the environment is so important, and that is what's locked us in. It's this fear around us from the pressures of the environment that are constantly present. And then when you tap into that, this refuge becomes the home where people come to finish their, after they've gone to work, or they come back and they settle down, and then they make themselves peaceful. They interact with their families, or they just with themselves, with their with their environment that they've built around themselves. And as you said, these condominiums, these other structures, have become almost like prisons, self-made, because trying to protect ourselves from the environment. And each environment in each in each location around the planet has a different set of constructs, a different set of values, a different set of environmental conditions and plasmas and interactions of the soul and other aspects that are constantly creating different fields. What is the beauty is that you're bringing forward this knowledge along with the other knowledge seekers, where the interactions are becoming more commonplace, so that it doesn't matter if you're in Austria or Canada or wherever, that speaking on a level that that unifies and brings together the soul and the soul of physicality. However, to get this knowledge across to the masses, to everybody, is I feel is the point, is the essence of what we need to do. I know Mr. Keshe said, and it's been mentioned today, one person could do it, and then Mr. Keshe says, no, it's now going to take many people. So this knowledge that you're giving, these lessons, these experiences, are bringing this forward, and thank you for doing that. However, your environment, your experiences that you've had, are they based upon your lifetime of experiences, or do you feel that it's on a knowing? Do you feel that your soul has interacted, come to the position where it's just has brought you forward, and it said to you, Alex, please deliver this, bring this forward for others? Do you sense that, Alex?
Yeah, that's very insightful what you said. So before I answer your question, I just want to comment on your comment, because see, you now have the terminology and the fields of reference to actually make that comment, and it's very coherent and it's very insightful. So this is the progression that you've been able to manage as a result of your knowing all this. So I have already gone through this in a prior way. And so my own specific example was that, I had health issues in my family, and I met someone who taught me how to get rid of cancer and all these other things in a short period of time. So if Mr. Keshe says, he can do this in 3 weeks, and we did it in 8 weeks, I think that's very reasonable, because Mr. Keshe is using advanced science. So 3 weeks would be faster, but we can do it even faster today. So the problem that I had, of course, was that I wanted to learn how to do this, and then I had to learn about life. And I said, no, I don't want to learn about life. I just want to get rid of cancer. And he said, well, you can't get rid of cancer if you don't know where it came from, and then you have to know you know, how to do that afterwards, but there was a limit to what I could do. And I really stretched that limit, and I got into what they call the foo-foo world also. And I'm having dilemmas as how do I rationalize the foo-foo world with the physical world, and you know, how is that relevant to what I'm doing? And especially when I couldn't talk to my friends. And then the other thing, of course, is why was I learning this? When why didn't I learn this and I learned this at the age of 40, you understand? So I was upset because what did I learn for 40 years? I mean, basically I was just wasting my time. But I learned and studied, and I got a lot of answers, but I also had a lot of questions. And interestingly enough, Mr. Keshe has answered a lot of those questions. And so if I combine those two, then I have a totally different perspective. And so one and one is more than two, and this is what I have. I have a totally different perspective. And still, those people who I relied on and had the respect for to convey this knowledge and information, and who I could trust, you know, as being empirical fountains of knowledge, let me down. And they still have failed, and they still fail to this day. And in fact, they're failing even worse than they failed before. And so it comes down to the point, what are you doing? And if you have multiple talents, then you don't need to do the talents that other people are capable of doing. So you seek out the talents that other people don't have. And then you question whether or not you can do that. And I, you know, I never thought that I would be in this position like I am today, but I didn't think that I didn't see the path link, if you will, because I had this capability 30 years ago. And 30 years from the time of knowing that you have this capability to the time to be able to utilize it, being that long, I can tell you that I was, you know, severely depressed as a result of it, because look, you know, one of the cardinal sins is if you have capability or an asset and you don't use it. It's like people who have money, they put it in the bank. Well, the bank prints the money. So if you don't know what to do with the money, you put it in the bank. Well, that's a sin, you know, because you work hard for your money. So you need to put the money to work. And, you know, in Canada, especially, you know, we see the value of money as an amount in the bank account, not what it can do. And anything that we do, we only value by how much it costs. So the more it costs, the better it is. So, you know, we're upside down in our thinking. And then when I compare to the other teachers, and I'm not talking about Keshe Foundation teachers, I'm just talking about teachers in general, they don't discuss these things. This is not, you know, even part of the dialogue, because what do they care? As long as they get the paycheck from what they're teaching, and they're only teaching what they're told, well, that's it. So does that mean your learning stops once you graduate from university? Or certainly there's postgraduate, there's PhD level and all that, but does the learning stop after that? And anybody will tell you that the learning starts when you leave school, okay? Because the school of hard knocks is the school that matters, because that is the qualification that tells you whether or not you've learned anything, not the, you know, diploma that's on your wall. It's the ability, you know, when you're out in the field and you're in a crowd or you're in a business relationship, you get stressed. And if you can't navigate through that stress, then, you know, your education has really been, shall we say, just foo-foo. So, you know, foo-foo is not substantial. We live in a superficial society. And I never compared that until 40 years ago. That if you want to know something, you don't want to go to the surface. You want to go inside and learn about it. And frankly, in my opinion, when someone said, your soul, well, I'd raise my hand and kind of wave it over my head and say, well, it's up there somewhere, right? You have this aura and you have these emissions and they go somewhere, and, your soul is somewhere, but, you couldn't point your finger anywhere. Well, Mr. Keshe specifically pointed the finger. Well, guess what happens? I have an anchorage. Now I know where my soul is. Okay, so now once I know where that is, I can relate to it. And once I can relate to it, then I know where I am, where I'm going, and the in-between. And that's the knowing by connection. So once you have that, that's the foundation. And then you build on top of that, because you can't read all the books and you can't learn everything that there is to learn. And then life is for learning. So every experience that you go through is a new learning experience. You see, and that's what the value, that's when the real payoff comes in. But, we also need to be able to use that knowledge, because at some point in time, we've got to leave class. Okay, we've got to leave the educational class and use what we have. So, I had in the last month, I have been conducting classes again here where, and I'm in an environment where most people just don't even want to talk about it. If you mention the subject, they say, oh, well, that's nice. Have a nice day. We'll see you around. And, they don't understand the significance of it. Well, imagine if the prophecy fulfillment was Friday. Now, all those people who are still dealing in something that's over 2,000 years ago and trying to bring it forward as if it's relevant today, and then find they've missed the show. The show has come. The circus has come to town and is gone. You missed it. We tried to tell you, but you missed it. And, this is going to be a hard thing for a lot of people to swallow. I know how hard it was for me when I became aware. And I was not a fervent, believer. And I'm not a fervent believer now. What I am is someone who now has had the life experiences that said, it's broken. We need to fix it. The solutions that you're presenting are inadequate. I'm not the failure. You're the failure. You're the one I'm depending on. So now I have to be the last man standing. I have to be the one to fix it. Well, our society does not want that responsibility. That's the way we've been brought up. Oh, no, I don't want that. If I know that, then I have to be responsible. So don't tell me, Well,
do you feel, Alex, that your journey and so your understanding, you said you come from the position outside of the foundation and then experienced this knowledge, and it's grown, enhanced, and you come to this position you're in now. Like for much of humanity, on their level of understanding, the advantage, you say Earth space. So the Earth space that we're present in now, in a physical body, and traveling with our soul as well, encapsulated within this sphere, is traveling at vast distances and speeds across the cosmos. And it's going through different transitional periods and places, magnetic fields, constantly. And so, when we say we have some knowledge, or we have, an insight, or some wisdom that is bestowed upon us or not, depending upon if we allow this, then this gathers pace as we move through the cosmos. In our, we're within a cosmic spaceship called planet Earth, Mother Earth, And then we have this soul that is part of a bigger totality. But we also have a soul of physicality that is tied to the amino acid structure and the structure of our, what's the biological structure we become part of. And
so did you know that there were two souls?
No, I did. Before we came, I really did not know that.
No, you don't know where your first soul is, right? It's you put your hand up. Oh, it's up there somewhere. You know, you point to it. No, you just wave your hand. It's there. Okay. And then you find, well, wait a second, those are incomplete sentences. Which soul? So you say, oh, the speed of light. That's an incomplete sentence. Which speed of light? Is it physical light, earth-based light? Is it soul of the body light? Or is it what we call spirit light? Or is that soul light?
That's beyond what most people would comprehend. Even what you've just said there. For many, that they will never reach that position to want to understand that. Because many
except
don't
for the
even
advanced scientists
at
NASA,
for the advanced scientists, yeah, exactly.
The advanced scientists at NASA or in Russia, they know about this and they deal with it every day. Okay, and that information has not filtered down to the public, and that is old technology. It's like, cell phones. Tesla invented cell phones 130 years ago. Give me a break.
Yeah. There was a car that was invented. I've seen it recently today. I think it's posted somewhere that was taken that was taken from the ether. So it didn't have electricity or water or gas or oil or anything. It was just basically taken from the atmosphere. And this was 120 years ago, whatever. And it's already been there. So we know the position we've been locked in, but a lot of this we've done to ourselves through our ignorance of not allowing ourselves to understand what we are, what the potential that we have. And that's why I think sometimes we need to bring it back to a position where on a soul level, like with the Universal Council and other things, where we have a contact with the soul aspect, that dimension, so that the fields of this gather enough that as we move through this time space, that the fields interaction in the matter state have enough time to formulate and actually solidify enough for mankind to actually really understand it in this moment. And it's just we all experience this frustration we've had through our physical lives, where we've known this and we sense this and we know that something's not quite right, and however we have to deal with it. And so we go off into different we're all part of this one big ray, and then we go off into these little other rays and go around in little circles, interacting within the environment and trying to put our point of view across, or our viewpoint, and bring our interactions forward. However, now we understand the two souls and the rays, and this is all coming together. And then we have this technology being brought forward, like the picture on that you've brought forward here on the screen. We're interacting on a plasmatic level. We are communicating in that position of time, place, and position that is revolving around, in this sphere that is creating from a centralized core, a bigger core between, and then just like it's like an egg within an egg within an egg within an egg, and we're part of it. And then when those fields come back down and come into the core, we start to understand things a little bit more. It's depending upon the soul aspect, touching the soul enough that I don't know the right word, terminology, for people to transmute, wake up, become part of the reality of what's happening in this moment. And that's a difficult barrier to cross.
Do you remember the movie You just
Do
Total
you
Recall.
remember the movie, Alex?
Do you remember the movie Total Recall?
I do, yes, yes, yes.
Do you remember the part where Arnold is going out of the dome and he has to go there and turn on the oxygen generators? And he has to go through this area of vacuum condition or lack of oxygen. But it isn't just lack of oxygen where he's choking, but also decompression. So his head starts to swell and his eyes start to bug out. And he's coming to the point, it's like blowing up a balloon and it's just the balloon's ready to burst. Do you remember that scene?
Yeah, the physicality bit. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
So what is interesting is that that's a vacuum. And so the answer is that the pressure from inside the body is pushing out to create the bubble head. Agreed?
Yeah.
Well, it works because in our atmosphere, we have a pressure that comes from the atmosphere that keeps the skin on our body. Agreed?
Yeah. Following.
We take a rocket ship from this pressure point inside this planet and we put it into the vacuum condition in between Earth and whatever else, be it the moon or the Mars. Agreed?
Yeah.
Does that rocket swell up and burst? Because there's pressure inside the cabin, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, these are obviously, yeah. I've never experienced it, so I can only go by what you're saying.
If the rocket goes into what they call outer space, which I call inner space, in between space, sorry, does that rocket explode? I mean, there's a rocket right now going to the moon, or it's gone there, or wherever it's somewhere, right? And wherever it is, it's between Earth and Mars and the moon. Has it exploded? Has it burst like a bubble? Because it's a vacuum condition, right?
Yeah.
So the answer is no, it hasn't. So that premise is completely false, and you only need to disprove it once. So the vacuum condition is not the condition for the expansion. The vacuum condition is the condition for the transmutation. So let's look at another thing. If you remember the plasma reactor group and Rick, when he was doing the rotation of the spheres, and so he had a transparent sphere that he put on a pedestal and he put it on a motor, a high-speed motor, and he found that when he put the fluid inside and he had to seal it in there was still this bubble. And before he started to rotate it, the bubble was sitting at the top. Whatever the top was, whether it was perpendicular to the ground or horizontal to the ground, the bubble was always at the top of the sphere. But once it started rotating, it gravitated to the center. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I did see that experiment, Alex. Yes, I did. Yeah.
What causes that?
The rotation, the inertia.
No, but wait a second. Have you ever been at an amusement park and go to those rotating things and you get plastered to the wall there and you're able to, the floor drops away and you don't fall away. You're stuck to the outside wall. That's rotation is keeping you on the wall, right?
Yeah.
Well, this bubble is in the center.
But the bubbles as a space gap. So if it's a bubble, it's got a space gap within it. So it's acting differently.
Yeah. Dean, it's a vacuum. So the vacuum's on the inside. We don't have the pressure to blow out. We have a vacuum condition that keeps our skin within our man space. And then inside the skin, we have our own plasma space. And then inside that plasma space, we have a vacuum condition. And inside that vacuum condition is where the soul operates.
Lots of layers, Alex.
Yeah, but each layer is kind of glued to the other layer. And this is all done magnetically and gravitationally. Just like, well, how come you look at the rings on Saturn and how come these rings don't go flying off? Or is the asteroid belt a ring around the sun? How come they all follow the orbit? Why aren't they going crashing into Jupiter and Neptune and, maybe some of them coming down and, they're organized. Why are they following that path? So shall we say, the centripetal force is there, and the centrifugal force is there. But that's all that is a magnetical gravitational relationship. So it's pushing it out, but it's also holding it back. Well, magnetic fields do the same thing. How far do the magnetic fields go? So they don't just keep going. It isn't in a vacuum condition in between space. It just keeps going, because when you put a rocket outside of the influence of the Earth's atmosphere, they turn off the engines. They have to blast out of the Earth's field. And then once they get into the in-between space, they turn the motor off, right? And it just keeps on moving. Why? Because it's in a vacuum. So that same thing happens, except if you could do it at a faster rate, if you could do it at a plasmatic rate at the soul level, then instead of just drifting through in between space, you go through instantaneously. And even the speed of light can't do that, because the speed of light, so they say, goes, about 8 minutes coming from the sun. Well, 8 minutes is not instantaneous.
That's a matter state condition, but that's why
right. That's the speed of light. The speed of light is limited by the physicality.
Of course.
Okay. So if we are dependent on the physicality, anything that we do is less than the speed of light in physicality. Well, we weren't born that way, were we? Okay. And if you change your thought pattern right now, and you say, oh, I'm wherever I am and I want to be somewhere else, boom, you're there. Mentally, you're there. Well, that's done instantaneously, whether you're French or Argentinian, I think everybody would like to be in Argentina celebrating right now, the fact that they won the World Cup. Okay. But, you always want to be with the winner, right? So, and they don't care which nationality you are. Everybody's singing and dancing down there. Okay. But this can be done instantaneously. But if you want to travel by a plane or by rocket ship, it's going to take you time. So is it possible? Well, yeah, it is possible, because you can do with your thought pattern. But if your thought pattern's inside you, and if that thought pattern is controlled by your soul, and that soul operates in the vacuum condition, then you understand that our ability to interact in the Earth's atmosphere is in between the Earth's core, which is in the vacuum condition, and the in-between space, which is in the vacuum condition. Our atmosphere is in between these two things. And that atmosphere has minimum 3 attributes: gas, liquid, and solid. But hello, there's a 4th one, and that's the magma. But the magma is like a Gans. It has this duality. It's a connection between the physicality and the plasma. And it operates at a higher energy strength, and that energy strength is an order of magnitude higher, at least, And that's the other problem. You say, oh, it's a higher energy state, but how high? You know, and if you're climbing the stairs, oh, I can climb step by step, or I can climb 2 steps at a time, or I can do 10 steps at a time. Well, how about if you leap over tall buildings in a single bound? That's a step. Okay, so we have to ask the right questions. We can't live and ask incomplete sentences. We can't assume. And one of the worst things that we can assume is, oh, you know, that has a lot of quality. Well, this is good. And what are the characteristics of those qualities? Well, one quality is a good quality and one quality is a bad quality. Oh, so there are multiple qualities. Well, it's the same thing. There are people. Oh, yeah. And what kind of people? Well, there's, you know, Asians, there's Europeans, there's, you know, different kinds of people. Okay, well, that's cool. And there's animals, different kinds of animals. So if you are saying something that is generic, then and not being specific, that's an incomplete sentence. So I don't know what you're talking about. So, oh, I'm going to get in my car, you know, and I look, oh, I'm going to envision my car as your car. And so, okay, so you're going to go and, you know, your car is green and has, you know, dented fenders. And then you look and you say, oh, you know, his car's yellow and it's a Mercedes and it's immaculate. And so, well, how come my interpretation was different from the reality? Because you weren't specific and you didn't ask enough. You weren't demanding enough. We need to be more demanding. Life is for living. Life is for learning. Okay. Living what? Learning what? So you ask those questions, now you're looking for answers. And for too many of us, when we find that answer, we become unhappy. You know why? Because what do they say? I'm paid to look, I'm not paid to find it.
Yeah, very true. There's some interesting things that you raise there, some interesting topics. And with plasma, everything we say in the moment we say it is history. So everything you've just said is now, and now we're in this moment, and now we start again. So it's this. This is where plasma becomes more, you know, fluid, more instant. You know, it's like the thought you said about thought. We can get in the car. We can be in Argentina right now. We could go to France. We can be anywhere. I've done this with my mother not long ago, and I think she went very quiet. I said, "Mum, let's go to the sun." I said, "We're there now on the sun." And she went quiet, and I said, "Right," and now we're back. And just that intention was enough to throw out of her reality, and it was like I could sense it was like, what is this? What it's. And my mum's a very open person. She's very she knows a lot about things. And however, at that moment, I sensed it, that on a soul level, she knew it as a truth, and she experienced it. And at the moment she came back, she'd gathered some knowledge, and it stuck. She absorbed it, and it was part of her then, and a new understanding. And it's a very simple thing to do. It's this, like I said, everything I've just said, gone, and now we're back to this moment again.
And then a new knowledge seeker comes,
yeah,
and asks you the question, you know, can you tell me, you know, how you did that? And so, you know, it's like, where do we begin? Well, in the beginning, there was a chicken laid an egg. No, you know.
Yeah.
And so this becomes a dilemma, but we have an advantage now because the material is recorded, and so we can multiply our efforts, and people can actually sit down and look at the material. But you wonder why, you know, if my classes, and I keep repeating things, because, you know, not everyone is going to look at all of the classes. And so there has to be a context, okay? And so the context is the plasma science. And what is the plasma science, and how can we do that in our own little environment? Well, that's the plasma cups. Okay, and why do we have these plasma cups? Because we needed them. And then why do we need them? Well, because we were in a lockdown for the last 3 years, and what does that mean? Right? So that has to be carried forward, because this business of being the last man standing and being capable and being responsible, that doesn't go away. That is the essence of everything. So, you look at someone who says, well, I can't do anything about my condition, and that's pretty hopeless. But what they've been able to do is be successful through this pitiful process of getting what they want. And if you suddenly stop giving that to them, they will literally stop being pitiful. So we have to determine that, by, shall we say, catering to their pitifulness, we actually encourage their pitifulness. So, sometimes the harsh truth is what they need, but the harsh truth can, really be destructive also. So there is a graceful way to do it. And Mr. Keshe is a master at being very graceful. I mean, he's very diplomatic, and he's a master at it. And frankly, he's a lot better than I am. And coming from the environment that I am, I mean, we're rednecks and racist and intolerant. So when a city person comes up, and it's just like the one gentleman says to me. He says, "Oh, I was talking to 10 people and I invited them to come, and you're the only guy that showed up." And I said, "Well, yeah, but did I tell you that I was going to show up?" "Oh, no." He says, "No, you never did commit to showing up, but you showed up." And I said, "Did the other people commit to showing up?" He says, yeah, they all committed to showing up. They said, "Yeah, we'll be there." Well, I said, there you go. They don't mean what they say. Now you know. Oh, and he looked at me like I was strange. Well, you're stupid for expecting them to show up. If they say they're going to show up, you know that you can depend on them failing to show up. And that's the way it is in our society here. And it sounds comical, but now that I've accepted it, and I see it happening. I was doing classes, and I even had a guy, he told me half an hour. We phoned him up and said, "Are you coming?" Yeah, I'll be there. I know where I'm coming. Yeah. And that was 30 minutes before the thing. And that was 4 years ago. He still hasn't showed up. So, you don't go by what people say. You have to go by the intent. And for people who want to get away from civilization, they will just tell you what you want to hear. "Oh yeah, we should get together." Yeah, right. Maybe in another lifetime. So that's an unfinished sentence. They never tell you when we should get together. And if you say, "Well, how about Saturday at 9 o'clock?" I'll call you. Or that favorite one, "Oh, I have to ask my wife," which means no, they're not coming. Okay, I'll call you tomorrow. And when is tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow is always tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow never comes.
Yeah.
We're almost to tomorrow in Europe.
Yeah. Thank you.
And some people are going to be attending the next awareness session. So, but was that a short answer to a long question, or was that a long answer to a short question? Sure.
Bit of both there, I think, Mark.
Yeah,
Can I just quickly say, Alex, just very quickly, I just want to mention.
Go for it.
So
sure.
I was walking on a path today. I went for a walk, and soul interactions. I was spoken about this a little while ago, and all of a sudden I was walking on this path and met somebody, and continued on the path and met somebody else whilst I was with this other person that I'd never met before. And this other person left, and introduced themselves, and I introduced myself to them. And then they went on their path, on their walk, and I was left with this second person. And this second person happened to had a remote controlled drone, two of them in fact, but one of them he was flying at a time, and he was showing me the marvels of this drone, how it it was quite amazing what they can do now. How he was saying that literally he had this one that was set up that was just doing, so he was using them to help hunters to find the baby deer, and the baby deer that get lost in the woods are then, if they're left by the mother and they don't get found, then they obviously starve and die. So what he was doing was he was finding these baby deer by their heat signature for the and then they would go and rescue these deer, raise them or whatever, or give them back to somebody to look after them, and then put them back into the wild, so that the hunters would have more prey, but also that the species would then populate itself more, because there'd be more that would survive. So from this one interaction of this drone, a whole nother thing opened up that I never really knew about. And this drone, this marvelous thing, he explained some other things. He was saying about you can put it up in the air a certain distance, and you can track, obviously through heat signatures, and you can't even hear it. I mean, he sent it away, and I was like, okay. And I thought it'd be like a short distance. It went away a long way. And I said, how far can you send this? And he said, oh, I don't know, 2 kilometers up to 8 kilometers from this radio controlled device. And I was like, wow, that's quite something. And he's flying by this site of this little screen, and doing all these things. This now has the capability to, you can put a speaker on it so you can speak to people. You can put a little thing on it so that you can warn if there's other craft in the area, like something to warn helicopters. You can put a flashlight on it. So it's suddenly becoming this like a soul in a matter state condition as this another entity, and very sophisticated. And they're like, anybody can buy them now, and it was quite incredible. I didn't realize, and the capabilities of it, the camera, and it gives a very unfair advantage on nature. And then this extends out to the human beings, because if you put it in another position, depending upon the intention, you can do many beneficial things, but you can also go the other way. So this technology was presented on my path for whatever reason today, and I had this big conversation with this person, and I'm sure there'll be another interaction, but if I ever do get one, it'll be my intentions will be to create beauty. So it's all to do with the intention, and this path that we walk, and these tools that materialize in front of us, and the souls that are present with us to enhance us and to show us things. And not everything is right and not everything is wrong. And it's just the interaction and the intention that is so important. Anyway, thank you, Alex. I don't know why I needed to say that, but I needed to say that today.
Thank you so much, Dean. This was a great conversation. I just want to add now, you've opened up a thought here, and I switched to this slide. I remember Mark laughing at me when I did this logo, and he says, "Oh, how come you've got 2 mooses on the logo?" And I said, "Well, one's the female that's hiding behind the male, kind of thing, in the bushes, right? And then the other thing is that was my explanation, and and I remember Mark laughing at me. And
was that me?
Yeah, that was you. That was you. Oh, I remember. Well, it's just, but you know what's funny, Mark, is this logo now represents, to me anyway, the, the soul of the moose following the moose. Anyway, the reason this was on my mind was because I was talking to my insurance agent, and the insurance agent asked me to get moose insurance for my car. And the reason for it is because if you hit a moose, well, you know, if you survive that with a car, it's your fault. And the reason this is a problem is because the insurance will not cover it unless there's evidence. And if you swerve to hit that moose and you don't hit the moose and go into a ditch, they charge you with careless driving. So the moose insurance is to pay for the damage. But that's not the only reason. I found out the hard way. If you hit a moose, it's your fault. But if the moose hits you, it's the government's fault because the government owns the wildlife. And then the government here, you know, following up what Dean said, they have put recorders on around the moose, or either injected a chip or something that transmits a radio beam, and they have these flashing lights to tell you that this moose are in the neighborhood. And if you hit the moose when the lights are flashing, it's always your fault. Okay, because hey, stupid, you've been told that there's moose in there, so exercise caution, slow down, and look for them because they're there. And I'll tell you what, it's, you know, they are heavier than your vehicle, or as heavy as your vehicle anyway. The damage is unbelievable, but the insurance won't pay. And so that becomes the criteria. It isn't really for the safety of the moose, but it's like Dean said, it's for the hunters so that they have more hunting to do.
They're very big, those moose, Alex. I've come in contact when I was in Canada. I came across, but I couldn't believe how big they are. But you don't realize all these animals how substantially large they are. They are very, very large.
They're so massive. You can't believe it.
No.
You're thinking a cow is big. They're twice as big as a cow.
Yeah, they are big. Yeah. They are extremely big.
Know.
The one thing I would like to say, Alex, is that one thing that's I didn't like was the fact that nature now, you can bring this forward, now has no hiding place. So you know, literally, they were in dense, thick forest, and then it was very foggy today. There was no, you put that when you put this craft up, it disappeared very quickly into the ether, and you just didn't see it. And then it was just showing heat signatures of these creatures, and so they had no chance to be, you know, there's nowhere they can go anymore where they have the freedom. They're now tracked from every moment, and if you expand that out, you know what I'm trying to say. So it's now this fear has become at any point, you know, there's not much movement anymore. So this is where the freedom will come with the flight of the soul. That's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. And we need to understand that our advanced technology cannot see that flight of the soul. So our soul is advanced technology compared to this technology that you're just talking about, you see. Mm-hmm. And that's the proof of concept. And we need to grab those proofs of concept because, you see, the foundation of the distrust of the scientific community stems from the fact that understanding, and this was the first lesson that I learned, that scientific proof is dependent on verification and validation by man-made means. Well, this universe was not man-made. Things on man space and Earth space are man-made, but Earth space was not man-made. It was God-made, the Creator made. So, you know, we have no justification for any kind of superiority complex in that regard. The only superiority that we have now is the technological superiority. And the obligation falls on us now to share that with the rest of the community. And then you will find that the shall we say, the prison bars that are holding us prisoner here will simply vaporize and we will be free. And once we can become free, we can do the business, the purpose that we came here for, and then we can decide what we want to do. But not only because there's a universal community that is waiting for us, and they're going to say, boy, what took you so long? And but we have a right to say, well, where you guys been? Okay, we have a right to say that. Okay, because they haven't had that capability. And now all of us on December the 16th have had this capability. So yeah, welcome to the outer space HU. Thanks everybody, and wonderful input there, Mark and Dean. Yeah, I really,
thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much, and thank
you.
everybody for allowing us to engage in this conversation, because we're all coming up now with very, very difficult choices, and it starts. Well, it has started. So
Are they labeling that program moose awareness, Alex? Oh, just a takeoff about what's coming up in about 9.5 hours in the Keshe Foundation. At 9:30 CET, there's addiction awareness. At 11 CET, cancer awareness. I think the session is closed, so you can't register it. At 12:30 CET, there'll be depression awareness. And at 1400 CET, there'll be food and nutrition awareness. And at 15:30, there'll be moon travel awareness. So I was thinking they may have labeled that moose awareness.
I just don't understand, if the plural for goose is geese, why is the plural for moose mooses?
You'll have to ask the mooses. I don't know.
Well, see, every time you learn something, you find that there's more to learn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, without a doubt. Without
Thank
a
you
doubt.
all. Great day, and
Mhm.
appreciate it. We'll talk to you again next time.
Thank you so much. Okay, so the next session coming up, if you haven't booked for today, session will be connecting with the soul of the creator, which is you, with the new space plasma technology as proven on the 16th of December 22 during the Keshe family Christmas plasma flight. Man has reached the level where one can interact with his soul, with the soul of its creator, without the intermediaries in whatever name, where one can be enlightened with the knowledge of the creator and its creations through one's soul. As I said, or Mr. Keshe said, this is the way the knowledge will come to you. This event will take place on Friday, the 20th of January at, again, 12 noon. Now, I think there is a cutoff date, and I thought I was reading it was the 14th of January, something along that way. Yeah, here it is. Booking opened until 14th of January. So if you're thinking about it, again, it's the same price as the other ones. Sign up early and take advantage of the offering from the Keshe Foundation, connecting with the soul of the creator, again, which is you. And just to run through what's coming up this week, I think we have obviously we have the awareness Monday, the 19th of December. Tuesday, we have the One Planet, where I believe someone told me earlier, Mr. Keshe said he would appear in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace, which is in public room. Yes.
Hello. Please remember the invitation, not only for Mr. Keshe appear, but for the testimonies about the December 16 and the tomorrow, please, during One Nation, One Planet, One Race, and during the Arthur Group too. Thank you so much.
What do you mean, the invitation?
Yes, please.
Is there an invitation?
Yes. The
All right.
invitation, all people give the testimonies, please.
Well, we leave that up to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like over in the flight room, if you did not want to be recorded, you didn't have to be recorded. So whoever comes in, if they'd like to share, I don't think we'll twist anyone's arm, but it's again, open to everyone. Is that what you wanted said, Elizabeth?
Yes, next Tuesday and other Tuesday too.
Mm-hmm.
Give the testimonies, please.
Yes, we're going to be hearing more this Thursday on everything that, but he may give some sort of presentation. Again, we don't know for sure. Mr. Keshe's plans change probably
Yes,
hour to
the
hour.
face change appear during One Nation, One Planet, One Race, but it's not only for the Mr. Keshe come. It's for the people give the testimonies, and not only with the people take a section, but the people around, the families, or I don't know, maybe the animals in the in that section change it or not.
Great. Yes,
Thank
we're
you
going
so
to hear
much.
some very amazing things coming up.
Yes. Thank
More
you so
than
much.
we can imagine, I'd say. Okay, with all the controversy, again, the Wednesday will be the reactor group. Tuesday, as I said, will be the One Planet, One Nation, One Race. Thursday will be a profound knowledge seekers workshop. Mr. Keshe has invited everyone. This will be some new information shared on the charts and the graphs that were produced probably during the 16th, but maybe as well as the 19th. And then on Friday, we have the beautiful Brazilian meeting of the team there, which is doing phenomenal work. So you're invited to attend all. I know the students are on break. We're trying to find out Thursday, we're going to hold a class after the workshop. And I don't know if it's going to be public or just for private students. That's to be determined by Wednesday. So look in the Telegram and other places. Of course, there's also the language community meetings, which I believe will continue, the Spanish on Monday and Wednesday, and so on and so forth. So you can find those all on the social media. And with all the talk and the instability in the coin market, or this virtual coins and all these things, I'm going to play the Keshe coin, which of course is backed up not with air, but with the technology, the universal technology of the Keshe Foundation. So if you know somebody who's playing around with crypto and they might have taken a hit, or they see how unstable these markets are, you may want to ask them to look at the offering again from the Keshe Foundation. Let's see, we need to go to, why is that in French? Okay, let's turn it off, and I think we'll see something in English here. Oh, no, they're off. But anyway, we'll just listen to this. And again, this is an opportunity. This coin will be the way that you'll purchase these services in the future, as I understand it. The services about nutrition, wellness, and energy, and so on. These services will be offered by purchasing a Keshe coin and applying it to whatever program you'd like. Again, let me just double check this. Let's see if we can, oh, it's only French for some reason. We'll have to just play this. But again, this is a coin that's been out for a while. I think there are many of them manufactured. I don't know if you'll see the hard coin or just some sort of numbers, but it will be accepted far and wide as we continue into this process of opening up the technology for everyone to enjoy. So I'm going to play, this is only about a minute and a half or less, and then we'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will end. Did anyone else, thank you all for staying here. And it's obvious your souls have brought you here, because the physicality may have wanted to leave once or twice. These are long meetings, and we're hoping to shorten them in the future. I don't think we have to go on past midnight, especially as we try to accommodate our European guests and so on and so forth.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.